Dirty AF by Tyla Walker.
I bet you can get pretty dirty behind closed doors.
Wouldn't you like to know, white boy?
Oh, I would. Up close and personal, baby.
If you want to get the up-close and personal version of any audiobook on Miss Tyla's channel, find it on tylawalker.com.
With code YouTube30, get 30% off the unabridged versions of your favorite stories and enjoy the dirty details at a discount.
Don't forget to comment and let us know what you think.
Like and subscribe for more Tyla Walker content.
This is Tyla Walker's Dirty AF. Chapter 1. Andrea. Time to party. I am dressed to impress. I am rocking my favorite emerald green dress with the slit up past my knee and my strappy heels. My hair is on point, my makeup set to stun, but it's not about what I look like. Today is about Leslie and her cause. Leslie has a huge heart for giving. She runs an organization to support women and children trying to get away from dangerous situations. It's like a collection of safe homes for women needing to escape abusive situations or to keep kids and their moms off the streets. It's a noble cause, but she doesn't take credit for any of it. I walk into the building with all the grace and elegance I can muster and take a lap around the room. There aren't many people I know, but I am aware this is Leslie's show, not my own. A couple highs and a couple how you doings slip out, but I make very little small talk as I scan the room for Jennifer. I catch my best friend over at a bar table, laughing at something Bruce must have said. He has that goofy grin on his face and I smile sweetly. It makes me so happy to see them together. I love that they are so perfect for each other. I let out a contented sigh. Jennifer's mom was getting on her about settling down. We have been like sisters for years, so I tried to help by setting her up on a blind date with one of Colin's friends. Bruce showed up instead. He's been like a big brother to me since. I wasn't jealous of them. I have Colin. I swoon slightly at the thought. We've been together for a while, but it feels like the first time every time. He is the sweetest, most wonderful man in the world, and I can't believe how lucky I am. Ugh. Look who just stepped in the room. Frederick Lake, Playboy of Vegas. Of course, he has the flavor of the month on his arm. I roll my eyes so hard it hurts. I wouldn't touch that with a 7-foot pole. The type of man that Fred is, I cannot imagine why anyone would want to be with a man like that. He's such a child. I frown. Jennifer's wedding wasn't all that long ago, and when Fred offered to take me home, he tried to seduce me. Man, was he drunk. Honestly, it's embarrassing to admit that it almost happened. My cheeks burn as I remember the mental dance we tangoed that night. I had also been drinking, and I couldn't deny the physical attraction. He is really, really handsome, and my goodness, perfect eye candy. Yummy even, like a lickable, delectable lollipop. I wanted to take a bite right out of him. Damn, I need to get laid. Colin has been gone for 2 weeks for work, and I am starting to slip a little. It's not fair to him that I am eyeing this gorgeous man while he is away, and I feel a little ashamed. He's coming home from his seminar in New York City tomorrow morning, and I could not be more excited. I should do something special for him. Prepare to seduce him when he gets to my place. Maybe some candles? Some music? It would help get both of us into the mood. The thought makes my face peel into an excited smile. That's a lewd smile you got there? Thinking of getting laid tonight? A male voice interrupts my thoughts. My smile immediately fades into a disgusted frown as I whip around to see Fred mocking me. How dare you insinuate that I am anything like you? I hiss. I am shooting daggers from my eyes as I stare him down. Fred isn't the least bit fazed by this and breaks into laughter. His eyes are all over me, making me feel way more exposed than this dress actually leaves me. I can just imagine the disgusting things he could be thinking right now. Naturally, my hip pops to the side as I take a defensive position. You know, if I really wanted you, you would be helpless under my powers. You better thank that so-called brother of yours for warning me to keep my distance. Bruce is the only thing keeping me from having you. Your so-called powers wouldn't be an issue for me. You are nothing like my type. There will never be a day when I am attracted to a boy like you. I cross my arms before continuing. You don't even qualify as a man in my eyes. Fred seems amused as he lifts an eyebrow, giving me another look up and down like I am a juicy steak. The only thing missing from the picture is him licking his lips. My stomach turns, appalled. Maybe you should give me a chance to show you just how manly I am. He winked at me. His hand reached out towards my hip, and I slap it away. My cheeks burn again in rage as I muster up all my strength and fury. Come on, Andrea. I could show you a really good time. You can't deny the attraction we had at Bruce's wedding. You were almost mine. Hardly. Hard is the word I would use. You are vile. I can't believe that you just said that. Only the truth, babe. Okay, stop right there. Do not call me babe. I am not your babe. I would never, ever be your babe. You are a stupid, selfish son of a bitch who will never be worth the time of anyone who isn't an empty-headed bimbo. Screw you and the horse you rode in on. Suddenly, Jennifer appears at my side. She must have gotten vibes from what was happening. I wonder who else caught vibes. Hey girl, I need help with something really quick. I'm not interrupting anything, right? I glare at him. He smiles sweetly back. I feel like I am going to be sick. You aren't interrupting anything. Please, lead the way.
Chapter 2. Fred. Damn, that girl is feisty. I watch Andrea sashay away, linking arms with Jennifer, and I cannot help but stare. What a woman. What I wouldn't do. She tried so hard to insult me, but those foul words were like icing on the cake. Like she was talking dirty to me. I suppress a twitch downstairs and try to shake off the perverted thoughts that pop up. I turn to find my date, who's making small talk with some other ladies. It's a bummer that Andrea's off limits. Bruce made it clear that I was not allowed to mess around with her. Nothing like having your own personal guard dog. Normally, I would not care if a girl were spoken for or not. I approve of the motto of that old Beyoncé song. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. None of that for me, though. Not sure how the crew all got suckered into matrimony when they were all so famous for getting around. Why have one chick when the rest of the world is served up on a platter? How can they be so lovesick over their wives? Get a grip, dudes. My date and I mingle and wade through the crowds. We drink, we dance, we socialize. The auction starts and I put in a couple bids. I have the money to kill. I even buy my date a diamond tennis bracelet because why not? She's over the moon about it for some reason. She better realize how much skin is in the game now, and I'm not talking money. There is more dancing, more drinking, but the conversation is getting dull. My date's laughter has already started to grate on me, and I'm thinking about pulling the plug on this venue. It will be hard to talk, laugh, or even think when we get to the next event. The party rages on for a while longer, but then I look around to realize all my friends have taken off. The damn wives. They have the boys wrapped around their tiny fingers. Straight up, crazy in love. The guys make it sound like the world revolves around their women. Jeff took Leslie off on some getaway for their second honeymoon. Bruce never wanted to get married, and now Jennifer is always by his side. Then Christoph. He talks about Ebony like she descended from the heavens to bless his existence. He even gave up his career to be home with her and the baby. Cupid made every last one of them stupid. I'm not having any of that nonsense in my life. I need freedom to be who I am. I will not give that up. When you commit, you are not you anymore. It's always us, and we. No thanks. I do not want any of that. I ask my girl if she is ready to go, and we head back to my car. We head to the hotel for the second and more exciting excursion of the evening. Freddie, I had a really nice time. We should do that more often. Oh yeah? Just wait and see what I have in store for you next. I wink at her. Oh my, you are so good to me. I mean, first the fundraiser and the bracelet, and now this charming hotel. Whoa, slow down. What exactly do you think this is? I inquire, gesturing back and forth between us. I haven't taken my eyes off the road, but I can feel her eyes boring into me. This smells like trouble. Oh, well, I just thought we make a nice couple, and I was thinking about getting together and meeting my parents for lunch. Oh, no, no, no. I pull up in front of the hotel and hold up my hand to stop her. My other hand goes to my forehead, bracing myself for this conversation. Stop thinking. I look her in the eyes. This isn't the preface to some committed relationship. This is just for kicks and for sex. I got you the bracelet as a consolation prize for what I plan to do to you later, but now, I don't want to. I don't want anything more from you. Just go. I turn my face away from her to hide my frustration. She starts crying. I roll my eyes and swing my head back around, no longer masking my annoyance. She has the big puppy dog eyes, and she's trying to control herself. She takes my silence as a chance to appeal my statement. Freddie, I thought you were the one. I thought we... She trails off, sobbing. No, you thought wrong. We are not anything. I made it clear before I took you out that I was not looking for a forever. You knew the whole damn time, I snap. Suddenly I feel the sting of her slap. It makes me reel slightly. She is fully, openly weeping now and barely able to get words out. She shakes and heaves from the effort of hitting me while crying. When I look back at her face, the sadness has been replaced with anger. Frederick Lake, someday someone will break that ice around your selfish heart, she chokes out. And then karma is gonna slap you harder than that. You won't be laughing then, but I will. She kicks the door open and steps out before poking her head back in to say one last thing. And I am keeping the damn bracelet. If my door slammed any harder, it might not open again. I watch her stumble her way down the street, in a huff, I guess. I let out a sigh, running my fingers through my hair. Women. I shake my head at the notion. I lean back in the seat, getting ready to pull away when a figure in my rearview mirror catches my eye. Looks vaguely familiar, and I squint to get a better look. When I step out of the car, I realize that figure is Andrea. She does not look so good, like she left her soul back on the side of the road somewhere. When did she leave the party? Where is she coming from?
Chapter 3. Andrea. It is a good thing Jennifer showed up when she did. I am definitely not dressed for a fight, and there was about to be one. I decide to enjoy the rest of the party, with the caveat of avoiding Casanova and his wench. Jennifer, Bruce, and I are having a drink when I get a text from Kelly. Girl, I just saw Colin entering the Mandalay Bay Hotel with another dude. The message reads. I text back right away. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything. Maybe he's just back early and wants to surprise me. I don't know, girl. Seems pretty weird to me. You should check it out. I shake my head at the notion that Colin is doing something backhanded. However, Kelly has never steered me wrong. So at Kelly's behest, I plan to head over there since the party is wrapping up anyway. I let Jennifer know what Kelly said, and she wishes me luck. I think it is so creepy to be checking up on him like this, but I am sure that it is nothing. I'll look, just so I can tell Kelly to chill. I walk into the reception lobby and look around sheepishly. I know the front-end manager here, so I go over and say hi. Hey, Samantha, how's it going? Andrea, oh my God, what are you doing here? You look great. She comes out from behind the counter and wraps her arms around me. This helps me relax a little as I remember why I am here. Thanks, love. I am actually a little embarrassed, but I have a weird favor to ask. What's up? So, Kelly saw Colin coming in here, and I was hoping to surprise him. Is there any way you can get me his room number? Ooh, Colin's in town again. Lucky girl. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but... She looks both ways and heads back to the other side of the counter. A couple of clicks and a card key appears in her hand. She makes a few more clicks, scanning it, and then she slides it over to me. Thank you very much, ma'am. Enjoy your stay. She winks at me. As I am going up the elevator, I keep talking myself in and out of being here. I am sure this is nothing, but it is strange that he didn't tell me he is back. I'm just doing this to humor Kelly, but it's also true Colin has been a little standoffish lately. I make my way to the door, and I am not sure what to do. Should I knock? Should I call him? Will he be mad if I am here? Will he be excited? I mean, of course he will, right? The ding of the elevator breaks my trance, and I duck behind a planter on the far side of his door. I feel so guilty for being here, like I am invading his privacy. I mean, he would tell me if he was back, so maybe my nerves are warranted, until I see Colin is the one coming off the elevator, with another man. Maybe they are friends, getting a drink together. I must be overthinking this. They are so involved in their conversation, laughing and chatting. They do not seem to care about who is around. The other man spins Colin around, and he pulls him in to kiss him full on the lips. I stifle a gasp. The kiss becomes heated as Colin backs up to his door. Obviously, this is a private moment in which I am intruding. He turns long enough to slide the card key. Then his lips are back on the other man, pulling him into the dark room. Just then, I realize I've been holding my breath. What am I going to do now? I feel my precious, perfect world shattering around me like a glass house. I fall backwards onto my butt, barely noticing when I hit the carpet. So this is what he has been up to. I wonder if that was the point of all the trips lately. As the door clicks shut, I lean back against the wall. This really was a huge mistake. I cannot imagine talking to him now. I don't want to. I have to get out of here. Fast. I stand up to make my way down the hall and into the elevator. I lean back against the wall, holding my stomach. I am sure the other passengers just think I am drunk. I feel like it. As I run out through the lobby, I hear Samantha call after me, but I just keep going. I cannot face her. I cannot face anyone. The cool night air hits me with more reality. Oh God. I stumble up against a pillar trying to catch my breath. Colin's in there. With a man. He is bisexual. Or gay. Oh God. No wonder he has been so distant in the bedroom in general. Oh my God. Oh my God. My heart is pounding 1,000,000 miles an hour. My head is fogging over. He betrayed me. He lied and deceived me. It's over. That's the end of everything. I don't know how long the tears keep falling, but the cool night air eventually makes me aware of how damp my face is. What do I do now? He is going to come home in the morning. Or will he? Will he lie about this? Will he break up with me? Oh God, I have to find my car. I need to get as far away from here as possible. I feel sick, weak, broken down. I think the parking lot is just ahead, but honestly, I cannot remember. I just keep walking. The tears are blurring my vision and I wander, aimless. I hear distant car horns. I must be close to a street. I keep wandering and then, suddenly, a loud and angry shout brings to my attention that I am in the middle of the road with headlights coming right at me. I wait for the impact when a huge force knocks me down from the wrong direction, tackling me to the ground.
Chapter 4. Fred. The lifeless expression on Andrea's face causes me much concern. I exit the driver's side of my Ferrari hastily, sensing that something is amiss. One of her most attractive features is her smile, so seeing her in this state is very bizarre. My feet start to pace towards her, Then I quickly shift to an energetic jog when I observe her mindlessly crossing the street. "Andrea! Andrea!" I call out to her, but my voice is muted by the sound of car horns and people yelling at her sporadic actions. Just as a white sedan is about to come in contact with her body, I push her out of the way. We tumble down gracelessly, and I go rolling with her several times over the sidewalk, then into a thick patch of grass. I groan unpleasantly as sharp pains jolt through my back from the fall. "Damn! Do you want to die?" My hands clench her shoulders as I try to grasp why she would do such a reckless thing. Andrea places the palms of her hands onto the grass as she lays on top of me, staring at me in shock with her bold amber eyes. Instead of responding, she struggles to catch her breath as if something is causing her to hyperventilate. She's way too shaken up for someone who is trying to cause an accident. Just what is it that has her so unhinged? "Move over." I wince as the weight from her body adds to the pain that has stricken my entire back. She snaps out of her trance, pushing herself from my body to a standing position. Using her satin gold scarf, she covers the exposed cleavage from her dress. "I'm sorry." As much as I want to scold her out of anger, the redness of her eyes brings me to a halt. Was she crying earlier? Did someone abuse her in some way? The way that Bruce treats her like a younger sister, and Jennifer is very protective of her hints that she might be the type of woman who needs someone to stand up for her. Since neither of them are here, I'll step up to the plate in their absence. It's fine. I raise myself off the ground, frowning at all the dirt that has gotten on my designer suit. I do my best to wipe it down thoroughly with the palms of my hands. "You should watch where you're going. You don't appear to be in your right mind currently." "I'm not." She sniffles loudly, avoiding my gaze as she looks over her left shoulder. I needed to get to my car in the parking lot as soon as possible. This isn't the way to the parking lot. I take a step closer to her, examining her distressed demeanor closer. "And you shouldn't be driving like this. What happened?" There is a pause of silence. Then she finally looks at me with her lips trembling. The tears falling down her face cause me to slightly panic, and I'm not sure why. I may be a playboy, but I never want to see a beautiful woman crying in front of me. Bruce and Jennifer would want me to get to the bottom of this. I gently place my hands at the sides of her shoulders, glancing down at her small face as it becomes more saturated with tears. "Are you hurt? Did some bastard wrong you?" She catches me by surprise when she buries her face into my chest, releasing a sorrowful outburst that she must have been holding in this whole time. I stand there awkwardly with my hands at my sides, noticing the attention we're getting from people as they pass by on both sides of the street. Damn. People are going to think that I'm the reason she's sobbing uncontrollably like this. I have a reputation to uphold. The last thing I need is the tabloids creating a story about me being a woman beater. Paparazzi would have a field day with the way this scene could easily be manipulated into that kind of headline. Andrea clenches both sides of my suit jacket, like she needs to hold on to keep her balance. "Colin's gay," she exclaims. She takes several irregular breaths before revealing the situation in further detail. "He's hooking up with a man right now in that hotel." I become frozen where I stand with my mouth agape. This is not what I expected to hear coming out of her mouth. I was preparing myself to beat up a man who potentially put his hands on her, but this is way out of left field. Why the hell would Colin exchange her for a man? Andrea is a gorgeous and successful woman who any man would be proud to have on his arm. Even I couldn't resist hitting on her in the past, despite the fact that she was off limits. Now I can understand that doesn't appeal to everyone, but I can't understand lying about it. This man is clearly an idiot, and he will undoubtedly regret damaging a good woman. Andrea slowly pushes herself away from my body, keeping her eyes focused on the ground as she speaks in a soft voice. I thought I had it all. Colin was the man I always bragged about, and now I look so foolish. She sniffles as she uses the shawl draped over her bare shoulders to wipe her face dry. Maybe I've always felt like this, but seeing what I saw tonight has given me an epiphany. I've never been good enough. No one really loves me, and why should they? I'm not a person who is worthy of love. I settle for scraps of affection from a man who doesn't even want me in the first place. It's very seldom that I feel at a loss for words. This woman is pouring her soul out to me, and I have nothing to give her in return. There aren't any encouraging words that I can recite to her, because they would all be lies. But would that be better? Should I just tell her what she wants to hear? That her true love will find her someday? Colin is just an asshole who couldn't value the rare jewel that he had? I've become aware of all the spectators we have attracted, remembering that being exposed like this isn't the wisest choice. My place is close to here. Why don't you calm down there for a bit before you drive home? Andrea nods slowly, wiping the non-stop tears and smeared makeup around her doe-like eyes. Then she trails alongside me on the sidewalk. Let's go.
Chapter 5. Andrea. This is the most embarrassing event of my whole life. As I continue to sob in the passenger seat of Fred Lake's yellow Ferrari, all I can think about is how fast this shocking news is going to spread. Not only is Fred the golden boy of Las Vegas, but he is also a prominent member of Inferno. All it takes is for one person from their club to hear about Colin's infidelity for it to spread like wildfire. I know that Jennifer and Bruce will do their best to protect me, but that won't take away from the unbearable shame I'm feeling. Even at this moment, I can't seem to grasp how I've been so stupid all of these years. I had given Colin so much power over me, trusting him more than I trust myself. He could be gone on business for weeks at a time, and I wouldn't bat an eye. Then, when he returned, he was frequently too exhausted from his trip to have sex with me. As frustrated as that made me, I still never allowed myself to doubt him. The red flags were all there, but I made a conscious decision to ignore them all. To make matters worse, I portrayed our relationship as perfect to my closest friends and family. In actuality, it was far from that. I'm a fraud who deserves exactly what is now coming to her. In a matter of minutes, we arrive in the parking garage of an extravagant condominium building. I've actually heard of this place. Only the wealthiest business people and celebrities can afford to live in this building, so I really shouldn't be surprised Fred is one of them. After he parks the car in his reserved spot, we exit the parking deck and enter the building once he swipes his card. I can't help but feel awkward as we silently stand next to each other in the elevator. Fred is a friend of Bruce's, so he has no obligation to me whatsoever. I'm starting to feel bad that I've unloaded all this drama onto him when it doesn't concern him at all. Fred swipes his card in the reader of the elevator, then presses the P button for the penthouse suite. After the doors close, he runs his right hand from the front of his golden blonde hair to the back. "Have you been to the Amalfi before?" he asks, referencing the building name. I cover half of my face with my golden shawl, shaking my head in response to his question. Now that I've considered his position in all of this, it's making me realize how uncomfortable this must be for him. I can respect how he is making an attempt to reduce the awkward tension with small talk. I need to do my part, give him more than just a head shake. My hands lower the scarf from my face, and I sniffle before making my first attempt. "Have you lived here for long?" "Just for a few years." He releases a low chuckle as he admires his reflection in the elevator doors. "I honestly frequent Inferno more than I do my own condo." It figures, I think to myself. The opening of the doors reveal a lavish suite that the average person would only dream of stepping foot inside. Fred enters first, then gestures for me to follow. He leads me to the living room, which looks more like something in an expensive furniture catalog than a room anybody actually lives in. The posh white furniture makes me nervous because I'm prone to spilling something on it. Ugh, why does it have to be white? "Have a seat." Fred removes his suit jacket and tosses it over the white armchair. He rolls up the sleeves of his white collared shirt, which is smeared with my makeup at his chest. "I'll grab you a glass of water." He must be so wealthy that one damaged shirt doesn't even faze him. I feel the lump flowing up my throat again as I sit alone in the massive room. The gold decorative pieces add to the regal theme of the space, but I'm so emotionally unstable, I can't even indulge in the interior design I normally adore so much. Colin, you son of a bitch. How long has this been going on? Did I really make you that unhappy? Weren't we happy together? My eyes water from these heartbreaking thoughts, bringing me back to my feelings of unworthiness. Fred's alluring blue eyes widen as he walks over to me with the glass of water. It's obvious my second round of sobbing has made him even more uncomfortable. Drink this. He thoughtfully hands me the glass, then walks to the armchair at a 45-degree angle to my right. He perches lightly on the edge in case he needs to rise quickly at any given moment. I take a large sip of the water and lean forward to place it on the marble coffee table. Thank you. I've inconvenienced you enough. I should probably just... It's okay, really? He cuts me off before I can announce my exit. Just think of me as Jennifer, or Bruce, if that will help. Can I get you anything else to make you more comfortable? Liquor. The word slips off my tongue before I even have a chance to process my own thought. I sniffle, wipe my face, then make a more polite request. Could I please have a shot of alcohol? Sure. He stands to his feet rapidly, running his hand through his hair before he heads back to the kitchen. I'll see what I have. He returns almost immediately with a bottle of bourbon in one hand and a shot glass in the other. After opening the nearly full bottle, he fills the shot glass. Then he hands it to me with a charming smile. It's potent enough. I place the rim to my lips, knocking it back without hesitation. The warmth of the alcohol sears into my chest, distracting me from the painful ripping of my heartstrings. I clear my throat, raising the shot glass as he stands across from me. Hit me again. Fred places the bottle onto the coffee table, then sits on the sofa to my left. You still have to drive, remember? Something shifts in me as he says it. It's like I no longer know what is up or down. And this caring Fred, this man in front of me, well, he's not the one I've learned to hate. How could I when he smells so intoxicating sitting right up next to me? Damn, he really is a god amongst men. I admire how perfectly chiseled his face is and how his hypnotic eyes would lure in the most disciplined woman. I've heard the rumors about how amazing he is in bed. Now that Colin has screwed me over, maybe I should discover it for myself. I've been deprived for so long, after all. There's always been a sexual tension between us I tried to downplay, wanting to remain a good girlfriend. So much for that, I think derisively. The surprise is written all over Fred's face when I position myself. Straddling his hips, I courageously bring my lips to his, kissing him aggressively before he has the chance to push me away.
Chapter 6. Fred. I have to be smart about this. Bruce will beat me to a pulp if he finds out that I've taken advantage of Andrea. Being level-headed in this situation is easier said than done, though. Thank you for listening to Dirty AF. Unfortunately, this chapter is too hot for YouTube to handle. You can access the full version of this audiobook on tylawalker.com with discount code SAVE40. This gives you 40% off all digital products. Now let's get back to the story.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 7. Andrea. If you thought that chapter was going to be good, this one is even better. You know what to do. Head on over to TylaWalker.com with the discount code SAVE40.
Chapter 8. Fred. I haven't felt this satisfied sexually in ages. A pleased grin graces my lips as I lay in my grand bed with my eyes closed, having flashbacks of our electrifying encounter last night. My right arm stretches towards the other side of the bed, attempting to touch her soft brown skin as she sleeps softly next to me. I jolt awake from my daydream once I realize that I'm alone in my bed. Could she be in the bathroom getting cleaned up? My feet take large steps, wanting to discover where she could have gone so early in the morning. Nope. I frustratingly search my condo in disbelief, but she is nowhere to be found. I'm Fred Goddamn Lake. Women don't just leave my bed after I've given them the best sex of their lives, but this time I've been used as a revenge lay. I should have kept my guard up like I always do, having zero expectations or attachments. Get your head back on straight, Fred. I give myself a much-needed pep talk in the shower as the water forcefully trails from the top of my head and down my long body. She saw an opportunity and she took it. There's nothing more to it than that. I compulsively scrub my body clean, as if it will wipe away the memories we made last night. All I can hear is her moans of pleasure ringing in my ears, despite my valiant efforts to drown them out. I put on my navy suit with white pinstripes, style my hair in its signature tousled look, and rush out the door. As soon as I arrive at my office, my secretary, Mrs. Bailey, rushes over to me. The heels of her pumps clank against the tiled floors. She has a troubled expression on her face, anxiously rolling the papers held in her hands. There's an emergency, Mr. Lake. Our stocks are dropping drastically. What? I rush into my office toward my laptop, opening it. Taking a step back in shock, I watch the numbers consistently plummet. What has happened to cause this? Mrs. Bailey closes the door behind her. She exhales deeply as she grabs the remote for the large, flat-screen TV from my desk. I tried calling you, but your phone was going straight to voicemail. I focus my attention on the mounted television across from me, studying the headline at the bottom of the screen. It reads, Vegas's top womanizer, the Fred Lake tell-all. A female reporter is interviewing the very woman I rejected last night, Natasha Melvin. My mouth is agape as I comb my hair back with my hand, trying to get a grasp of the situation. This can't be happening. The reporter on the broadcast glances down at her cue cards, then looks up at Natasha attentively. How would you describe Fred Lake emotionally? What was your experience like dating him? Natasha looks quite pleased with herself, looking like the devil incarnate in her designer red suit and bold red lipstick. He's a scarred man, incapable of emotions and making sound decisions. Someone who is that broken inside shouldn't be leading women on under the guise of a romantic relationship. I angrily reach for the remote, raising it at the television, but pause to hear what other lies she has to say about me. Do you hear this bull, Greta? Call the damn station right now and threaten them to stop the broadcast. The reporter's voice from the television fills the brief silence. You're saying he's a commitment phobe? Very much so. Natasha smiles as she places her hands into her lap, making me fume even further. My secretary silently nods, knowing that my biggest pet peeve is people defaming my character. It's too late, Mr. Lake. The masses are already eating away at it. It's reached most of the social media platforms already. We need to fight fire with fire, then. I turn off the television, tossing the remote onto the glass surface of my desk. Dig up everything you can on that woman to discredit her story. She avoids my gaze, indicating her opinion that any attempts at this point would be futile. I'll do what I can, sir. But the outcome is even worse than we could have ever prepared for. The rolling numbers on the screen of my laptop add to my growing angst. I slam the top down, then take a few steps away from my desk, standing with my back to her as I exhale sharply. How bad is it, Greta? She pulls out her phone from her pocket, then pulls up a page before turning her screen towards me. In the center, there is a photo of my face with a red X over it, along with the bold caption, Women versus Fred Lake. I walk over to her hastily, snatching the phone from her hand to get a closer look. You've got to be kidding me. How the hell did this become a national concern? And I'm afraid that's not the only women's group that has risen up against us. She takes her phone back when she notices I'm idly staring at the screen. We simply don't have the manpower to combat these many allegations. I honestly don't know what can even be done at this point. Suddenly, the door of my office bursts open. The familiar sound of a cane against the tile floor announces his presence before I even set my eyes on him. My grandfather stands in the doorway with a face so red, he looks like he could explode at any given moment. He barges into the room with a voice both booming and obnoxious. Frederick Hawthorne Lake. Chapter 9. Fred. I've barely had time to process the fact that this fake story has spread through the media like wildfire. Now I have to prove my case to the old man. I've been running this branch of his conglomerate since I became an adult, constantly convincing him I've got what it takes to inherit the business in its entirety one day. A part of me feels arrogant at my nearly surefire inheritance, since my grandfather disowned my father ages ago. I'm also the most knowledgeable when it comes to the brand and his vision for the company's future. Oliver waves his iron cane in my direction as if he is intent on actually hitting me. He is well aware of the abuse I experienced from my mother, and deep down, we both know he would never. This is just how he chooses to express his frustration. I cover my head with my arms to humor him, knowing that he means business since he called me by my full name. The fear instilled in me regarding him is a different kind than what I experienced in my childhood home. I'm not sure fear is even the correct word, but perhaps respect. Even though he has aged significantly over the years, he is still as robust as a young cow. Since I've never had anyone tell me that they're proud of me, I find myself seeking that validation from him. I don't fear him. I fear disappointing him. You know precisely why I'm here. He finally lowers his cane again, tapping it onto the tile to regain his footing. It's all my fault, though. I enabled you since you were 13 years old, and now I expect you to act like a mature adult. Where I failed was disciplining you. I was too afraid to cause you any further pain. I really couldn't win either way. I give Greta a signal to leave the room, and she instantly obliges after giving me a firm nod. I observe my mentor like a hawk as he paces in front of me, breathing heavily as if he had just run a marathon. I'll correct this mistake, Pops. That woman is just getting her 15 minutes of fame at my expense. And she's succeeded, hasn't she? Oliver freezes with his back turned to me, a stance that he has only done one previous time when he was extremely upset by my actions. He takes a deep breath, hangs his head down, then taps his cane onto the floor twice. You've left me no other choice. I'll be leaving all my money and properties to Jordan if you don't clean up your act immediately. My eyes widen as I stare at the back of his head in disbelief. The words he has just spoken serve as the largest slap in the face anyone could ever give to me. Jordan is my father, a man my grandfather already disowned. Not only did he allow me to be abused growing up, but my father made it a personal mission of his to have children with the many women he had affairs with. So this would mean giving the money to my father, who neither of us have a relationship with. Maybe even more upsetting, this means that my grandfather's inheritance would trickle down to his illegitimate grandchildren instead of me. I can't fathom how he would even consider this route, despite how much I've pissed him off with my personal affairs. I have my own money, so that's not the concern here. It's completely a matter of principle. He has crossed the line, going against all decorum. I want to verbally object, but can't seem to find the words without being outright disrespectful. Even though my grandfather can be rough around the edges at times, I can never discredit the fact that he rescued me from the horrific living conditions I was subjected to until I was a teenager. He is the one person on this earth that I consciously withhold any abrasiveness from. I attribute all the business sense I have to him taking me under his wing. I went to an Ivy League college, which I'm sure helped. Still, I'll always know deep down I became the businessman I am today by having over a decade of hands-on experience. Oliver finally turns around with a curious demeanor due to my long pause of silence. Where's my clever grandson's rebuttal? What do you have to say for yourself? I swallow hard, realizing just how dry my mouth has gone during his spiel. Please don't do it, Pops. I can have this situation resolved by the end of the day. He chuckles heartily as if I've delivered the most humorous punchline. You really don't get it, do you? It's not just about the scandal, Frederick. When have you ever taken anything seriously? You parade around here like everything is one big joke, and I've allowed this to carry on for far too long. But why would you bring Jordan Lake into this when you've already disowned him? My curiosity about his thought process has gotten the best of me. I was initially going to leave the topic alone, but I really need to understand where he's coming from with this. He dislikes his father as much, if not more, than I do. Why would he open a door that he closed years ago? What good does it do? Oliver grins in a slightly sinister way, taking a step towards me. His cane follows on his right side. I'll bring him back like the Grim Reaper if I have to. If that's what it takes for you to change, I'll hang up my pride forever. I sigh heavily, realizing it is his way of scaring me straight. He doesn't want to give the money to Jordan, as much as he wants to light a fire under my ass thanks to the fear of retribution. I comb my hand through my hair, yielding to him like I always have. I'll do whatever needs to be done. What are you asking of me? This is your final chance, so listen closely. You've been dating all these women for fun, and where has it gotten you? Your image is disgraceful. If you truly want to make amends, you'll bring home a nice woman. Prove me wrong and take something seriously for once. I release a chuckle, then clear my throat when I notice that I'm already proving his point. My demeanor becomes suddenly stone-faced instead. I hold his gaze, placing my hands into the pockets of my navy slacks. That's an impossible request. Oliver raises his cane, placing the bottom tip in the center of my chest. Then make it possible. We're finished with this conversation. He puts a bit of force into the cane, pushing me a step back. It pokes into my skin. Then he storms out of the office without looking back, moving surprisingly fast for such an old man. I watch him go, idly rubbing the ache in my chest and wondering what the hell to do next.
Chapter 10. Andrea. I carry out my tasks the next morning at my desk, wanting to avoid conversations with my colleagues as much as possible. I've been an architect at this firm for 3 years now, but I'm still having to prove myself on a regular basis since I work around a bunch of misogynistic assholes. They've learned to treat me politely, but they tend to dismiss me and my ideas, even when they are correct. I should be used to it in a male-dominated field. Most days I am, but it can still be triggering for me because it brings me back to my childhood. Growing up, I felt pressure to constantly compete with my brothers. No matter what I achieved, I was always in their shadows. I've been fighting for validation for 29 years now, and it's taking a toll on my well-being. I'm tired of trying to prove I am as good and as capable as everyone else. The worst one of them all is Todd Stewart. He likes to linger around while giving me a mixture of backhanded compliments and straight-out insults. I usually just humor him, but my patience is growing thinner and thinner as the days go by. He pretends to read a file directly in front of my desk, glancing up at me several times as if he's expecting me to speak first. When a considerable amount of silence ensues, he clears his throat, lowers his documents, and addresses me directly. Your brief for the Wagner account is more impressive than your standard mediocrity. I give an annoyed glare at him over the bridge of my glasses, hoping that my expression alone will encourage him to leave me alone. I've always found that coquettish smirk on his face repulsive. It takes a particular type of jerk to flirt with someone while offending them simultaneously. I exhale deeply when he still hasn't gotten the hint. I'm not in the mood today, Todd. Go bother someone else. His smile grows wider, as if I've said something that has satisfied him. Oh, come on. No need to be all uptight. He pauses, then winces theatrically, speaking in nearly a whisper. Is it that time of the month? I slam my binder against my desk just as his partner in crime, Logan Birch, flanks his left side. Placing his right hand on Todd's shoulder, he glances back and forth between us. He attempts to improve the mood by being playful, but only adds to the tension. Whoa, what did I just walk into over here? A round of coffees are on me. That's not the solution. Todd fixes his gaze back onto me. We need to get our female colleague laid. The two of them cause a scene, dapping each other up and chuckling obnoxiously while I silently get up from my desk and head towards the hallway. Hoffman, we were just joking around, Logan yells over to me, but I've already exited through the glass doors. The elevator doors open as soon as I press the up button, and I make my escape. I exhale deeply, removing my glasses and hooking them onto the center of my light blue blouse. They're wrong. My cheeks heat up as I replay my steamy night with Fred in my mind. I have gotten laid recently, and it was amazing. The elevator doors open to the top floor. I make my way to the ascending staircase, opening the final door to the roof. I take slow steps as I breathe in the fresh air, admiring the view of the city from 18 stories high. This place is my only sanctuary at my job. I was trying to avoid having time alone with my thoughts, but those jerks have forced me out here. I lean against the railing, observing people as they cross the street at the intersection and lead their own lives. Did any of their partners cheat on them? To be honest, some probably. I doubt they cheated with the same sex, however. Colin managed to achieve something I never imagined would be possible. How am I going to bounce back from all this? I turn my back to the barricade, thinking about how I can't use Fred again, regardless of how satisfying it was. It's time to address this directly without any distractions. Suddenly, my phone vibrates in my pocket. I see my eldest brother's name on the screen when I retrieve it. What could he possibly want? I mumble as I swipe up the green phone icon. Hello? Samon's deep voice responds in a tone which is more chipper than I expect. How are you doing, baby sis? I'm fine, I guess. You know I'm working, so I can't have a full conversation with you right now. I'll be quick then. The family reunion is a month from now, and Dad wants you to come home for a few days. His deep exhale creates static into the speaker of his phone. I already know you're going to object, so I'll just warn you that he has threatened to go to Vegas and get you if you don't come on your own. What? Has the old man gone senile? Nothing would possess me to come to Cleveland, family reunion or not. You can tell him that I won't be there. Andrea, he attempts to plead with me, but I'm already on a short fuse as it is. Samon, I've got my own load to deal with. The only time I ever get a call from Ohio is when somebody wants something, or something is expected of me. I take a long breath after saying my last two sentences in one breath. I've got to go. I hang up the call before he has a chance to debate with me, releasing a scream of frustration on the roof that echoes through the warm air. Why is my life turning for the worst? The last thing I need right now is my family saying, I told you so about Colin. They never thought he was good for me, but I was determined to prove to them that we were so in love. At least I thought we were. Someone who loves you doesn't break you down so deeply that you question your self-worth. I need to get myself together before I even consider facing them. I love my parents, but their judgment will break me in this state. Chapter 11. Andrea. It's not surprising that Jennifer is the one who saves me from my frenzy. There's an hour left in my workday when she calls, and her reaction to Colin's behavior does not disappoint. He did what? Oh yeah, I say. In a hotel room with some dude, and as if that's not bad enough. Family reunion a month from now. Simon says I have to go. Oh yeah? And what if you don't? Who knows? I huff, defeated. I'm having a week. Well, I'm here to fix that. Bruce can be home with the baby tonight. We're going out. If I didn't love Jennifer more than life itself, I would envy her. It's impossible not to. She got married before me, even though I dated Colin longer. I guess it's true what they say about relationships not being measured by the amount of time you're together. It's also true what they say about running from your problems. I beg Jennifer for us to not go to Inferno. Fred is the last person I want to see, and that's exactly where he'll be on a night like this. I also can't possibly fathom seeing all of those hot guys who are totally out of my league. Sure, people can and have found love in Inferno. Not me, but people. But the thought doesn't cheer me up. It just feels more hopeless than ever. I know I shouldn't give up. I mean, Jennifer found Bruce, and they definitely deserve each other. He's the best man ever, when he's not being the overprotective brother I never had. Speaking of, thank God he's not here. He worries too much. How could I get wasted if he was walking around? Jennifer's right. I need to get wasted. I need it so badly. Strawberry margarita, I tell the bartender. I'm satisfied with our choice of venue, but anything other than Inferno seems fine tonight. Make it strong as you can. Like I want it Hulk strong. Hulk smash. The bartender chuckles and looks at Jennifer. Oh, no, just one Hulk smash for us. I'll have water. He nods and travels down the bar to work on our order. I look at Jennifer. I love you, but I'm not sharing tonight. No, Jennifer smiles. Bruce won't like it if I show up drunk later with the baby waiting for me and everything. You're not breastfeeding, are you? No. She shakes her head. I just don't want to take my chances. Fine, I say. I guess you're right. Someone should be sober, and it definitely shouldn't be me. Oh, hell no, she says. And the bartender comes back with our drinks. She raises her glass of water as I pick up my margarita. To getting you wasted. To getting me so wasted, I say. Our glasses clink together and ring across the bar. The night quickly becomes a blur. I notice a few men approach Jennifer, just like they always do. She shoos them away like they're sad little mice by her shoe. My single margarita turns into 2, then 3. You better drink that last one slowly. Jennifer laughs at me. You're gonna regret it tomorrow. Hey, I need it, I manage around slightly slurred vowels. It's breakup medicine, and I'm not as drunk as I want yet. Who says it's my last one? She shakes her head, nursing her second water. If you say so. In an act that's not entirely defiance, I down the rest of my third margarita in one fell swoop and take her arm. Let's dance. She looks down at my legs, watching me stumble as I get down from the bar stool. She's still smiling. Can you dance? I can always dance, silly. I shake her arm. Come on. The song changes to something I could probably name in a sober state, but drunk me knows the words and bounces along. I spin Jennifer during the chorus, and she laughs when I say she should spin me too. According to her, I'm too drunk for that. Another song comes and goes before Jennifer's dancing stops, and she pulls her phone out of her pocket. She takes a glance at the screen, then looks at me apologetically. Bruce. I'll be right back. Stay out of trouble. I giggle. No promises. She rolls her eyes affectionately, stepping into the sea of people and off the dance floor. I dance by myself once she's gone, my buzz making it impossible to care that anyone could be watching or judging. It's a nice feeling. It's nice, that is, until I feel a hand on my hip. I step away, thinking it was an accident, and stumble into another man, someone I've never seen before. Another accident. Sorry. I stumble away but hit another body behind me. I do my best to shake some of the fog out of my mind and take in what's around me. A man's hand is still holding onto my hip. The man in front of me is smiling down at me with the dark eyes. The man behind me puts his hands on my shoulder and squeezes. There's 2 more, 1 on either side of me. 5. There's 5 men around me. I'm surrounded. No, I say, pushing the hand off my hip. It comes back, almost instantly holding onto my waist. I hear laughing. I try to push someone else, but I'm met with more laughing. I'm too drunk for any of it to make sense, and too scared to do anything more than react spontaneously, slapping limbs away. I try to push the guy in front of me, but he just grabs my wrists and makes me touch his abs. You like that, baby? You want us? I hear a voice say to my left. Don't you? No, I say, yanking my hands away. I try to turn away from him, but the guy behind me keeps his hands firm on my shoulders. I stay steady, facing forward. I have to. I feel tears prick in my eyes. It's like every man seems to be out to make my life a living hell. Even tonight, all it took was for Jennifer to leave my side for less than a minute. This was supposed to be fun with Jennifer, and these guys ruined it. It never ends. It never stops. Suddenly, the man in front of me tumbles on the dance floor, landing on his back with a surprising thud. Someone new appears. The fact that I'm thankful makes the situation surprisingly worse. What the hell, Andrea? Fred says. Do you want to be a part of freaking group sex or something?
Chapter 12. Fred. I could have gone to Inferno tonight, of course. I go there often, but tonight I just couldn't get in the mood. The likelihood of me running into Andrea there is just too high. Since we are in the same social circles, it feels like a chore having to avoid her. Still, I believe it's what's best. She's been on my mind in a way that terrifies me to my core. I'm used to having a different woman every night, so why is this particular one driving me crazy? The ladies are supposed to feel this way about me and not the other way around. It's evident that Andrea only used me as a quick fix, and so I need to remind myself of that. That's all it was. It's time to let it go. After the day I've had, though, I could definitely use a night out. Most people would be easily shaken by the magnitude of this controversy, but I've been in the public eye long enough to know that the gossip will fizzle out when the next big story hits the media. I'm not going to hide in the shadows because one woman is making false accusations against me. Doing anything outside of my usual routine would indicate that I'm guilty of the charges. I'm going to enjoy myself at the bar. Eventually, I'll prove everyone wrong, including my grandfather. I arrive a bit late in the evening, dressed to impress in my latest designer labels. The music is almost deafening, but it's exactly what I need to tune out my thoughts of Andrea and the old man. There are plenty of attractive women to choose from. Many of them are eyeing me seductively as I make my way to the bar to order my first drink. The bartender smiles warmly when he sees me, giving me a brotherly dap with his hand. What will it be, Fred? Hey, Charlie, it's livelier here than I expected. My attention is drawn to a large, rambunctious crowd on the dance floor. Seagrams and 7, please. A blonde model approaches me while I'm waiting for my drink, placing her hands onto my chest as she whispers in my ear. I don't care if you're emotionally unavailable. I just want to go down on you. I reach into my pocket for my wallet, placing a $100 bill on the bar before retrieving my drink. Thanks, Charlie. I take a large sip from the rocks glass, then give the pretty woman a once-over. Haven't we screwed before? She smiles widely like she's thrilled to be remembered. Yes, but it was last summer. I use my left hand to lower her hands from my chest while my right hand carries my drink. Rule number 1 for the emotionally detached is to never screw the same girl more than once. I successfully evade her, sliding by her to investigate the ongoing ruckus on the dance floor. As I near the crowd of rowdy men, I notice a familiar figure in the center of them all. You've got to be kidding me. I passed on going to Inferno and still managed to run into her anyway. Andrea is being passed around, grabbed lightly by several burly men who are paying enough attention to her that it sets my nerves on edge. When I get a proper glimpse of her, I notice the strong expression of discomfort on her face. Quickly it clicks into place, the realization that they are enjoying the game more than she is. I grit my teeth, pushing through the circle of men to get closer to her. One falls forward when I shove him from behind. I knock back the rest of my drink as she turns to see what's happening. What the hell, Andrea? Do you want to be a part of freaking group sex or something? Why does trouble always seem to follow this woman? Why is she alone? The images of what could have happened to her if I hadn't showed up start to cause me anxiety as they scan through my mind. She glares at me, visibly drunk out of her mind, but coherent enough to know who I am. Screw off, Fred Lake! The audience of men laughs hysterically as they enjoy the show that we're putting on for them. I sigh heavily, grabbing her arm to pull her away from all the drooling predators. You're drunk. Let's go. Andrea yanks her arm away, taking a stumble backwards as she looks up at me with lazy eyes and slurred speech. This is none of your business. I don't appreciate your help. Fine. I throw my hands up with frustration, not wanting to be bothered with her a second longer. As I turn my back to her, a husky guy crosses his arms over his chest, standing directly in front of me in a challenging pose. His rough voice carries above the music and noise of the patrons. You can't just walk out of here after pushing one of my buddies. You can either apologize or we'll beat some manners into you. I release a guffaw at his threat, turning to Andrea to offer my assistance one more time. This is my final offer. I'll walk out of here if you want me to. A man behind her becomes impatient, grabbing her arm and pulling her in his direction. I've had enough of this soap opera. She's coming home with me. Andrea bites down on her teeth, glaring at me with annoyed eyes as she struggles to escape the man's grasp. Even in this position of distress, she doesn't give me a verbal response. Beg me. I smile charmingly at her as I anticipate the magic words coming from her full, pouty mouth. She growls loudly, holding my gaze as she loses the battle with herself. Please, Fred, she finally spits out, looking pained. The satisfaction I receive from her pleading makes the adrenaline pump through my veins in a way I never expected. I turn to the husky guy behind me, landing a jab to his face that sends him reeling backwards. When I make my way over to the man holding Andrea captive, he finally releases her in order to square up with me. We circle around each other a few times as the spectators chant. I dodge all of his attacks before countering, hitting him with a powerful left-right combo that leaves him sprawled on the floor.
Chapter 13. Andrea. Of all the clubs in Las Vegas, why did Fred Lake have to walk into mine? I may have had too much to drink, but I still feel like I can handle my own. Or at least, I thought so. It feels like Jennifer has been gone for hours. These men are shoving me around the dance floor like a pack of savages. The scene probably looks bad to an outsider, but I had everything under control before he stepped in. At least, that's what I'd like to tell myself to safeguard my pride. I can feel my body heating up as I beg Fred for his help. The last thing I wanted to do was stroke the golden boy's ego any further. Asshole! I stumble to my right in my heels when the man holding my arm finally releases me. He now has his sights set on Fred. They circle around each other as if they're in a boxing ring. I take a moment to catch my breath. Then the thought of how sexy Fred looks crosses my mind. No, Andrea. That's just the bourbon talking. He's an arrogant prick, remember? Even though he was the best sex of my life, that's all he'll ever be. It was a one-time deal, and now our paths just so happen to cross again. Get yourself together and stop overthinking it. Your technique is awful, man, Fred taunts his attacker. Evading all of his advances, then punches him several times, like a professional martial artist. Damn, that was impressive. My eyes widen as the group of men start to surround Fred now that he has knocked out their friend. The two bouncers rush over, but they struggle to get through the large crowd of spectators. This club isn't heavily guarded like Inferno, and for the first time ever, I find myself wishing we were there instead. At least Fred would have Bruce and all his other club members to back him up. I start getting pushed further and further away from the action. I can only get glimpses of Fred fighting several guys while the other patrons start to shove each other like they're in a mosh pit. It's only a matter of time before the whole dance floor is utter chaos. Fists are being thrown in all directions, and even the women are hitting each other. I run to the corner of the bar to hide, breathing heavily as I try to plan the best course of action. What do? Do I call Bruce? No, we're on the other side of the strip. By the time he gets here, Fred could be unconscious on the ground. There's no way he can fight off that many people. Suddenly, a drunk man picks me up, grabbing a handful of my short, pixie-cut hair. I scream out in agony, banging the sides of my fists against his chest. Let go of me, you brute. He chuckles maniacally, releasing my hair. Instead, he pulls me to him with his hands at my waist. I love my women feisty. I have officially had enough, and then some. The constant pawing and disrespect has snapped my last nerve, and there is no holding back. I reach over the side of the bar, grabbing a wine bottle and crashing it over his head. How's that for feisty? The defeated man groans unpleasantly before he falls to the ground. I look at the top of the broken bottle in my hand, feeling an exhilaration that I've never felt before. Is this what people feel when they act violently? Damn. Something about it is so satisfying. I can't believe I've waited this long to hit somebody over the head with something. Could this be Andrea turning a new leaf? I doubt that I'd have the guts when I'm sober, so I might as well indulge now. I pull myself to sit on top of the bar, choosing which bottle will be my next weapon. A sinister grin forms on my face as I grab another bottle, then hop down to the ground. Why am I enjoying this so much? Do I have the tendencies to be a murderer of something? No, these jerks deserve what's coming to them. They could have just left me alone per my request while I was dancing. This was supposed to be my night to just get drunk and have fun with my best friend, Jennifer. Who the hell could she be talking to this long? Never mind. Operation Cracking Skulls is in full swing. Fred is in my range of sight again. He's still holding his own, even though it's obvious that he has taken a few hits to the face. What a shame. That perfect face should never have a bruise nor a scar. The man who currently challenges Fred has his back to me. I scream like a wild woman as I race through the bar. I crash the bottle onto his head, enjoying the sound it makes. The man loses his footing and slips, face planting into the ground. I feel the same adrenaline rush from earlier, but it instantly runs cold when I see a small puddle of blood on the floor. My knees buckle, and I'm about to faint when Fred rushes over and catches me. He wastes no time at all to curse me out, wrapping his arm around my waist as he quickly escorts me out of the fight zone. What the hell were you doing, Andrea? He aggressively rams his side into the front door, nearly sending it off its hinges as we exit the club. The silence that surrounds us is so welcoming after the madness we just endured. I just want to part ways here, forgetting that we ran into each other tonight. When I attempt to leave his side, he pulls me back with the most serious expression I've ever seen on his face. You put yourself in danger by doing that. I thought you'd have more sense and run away already. His crystal blue eyes look like blue flames as he tenaciously glares down at me. Why is his anger making me horny? God, snap out of it, Andrea. I've already sworn off of him. Besides, he's pissed me off by assuming that I can't fight my own battles, making him just like everyone else. He doesn't get a pass because I've opened up my legs for him. I take a step closer to him, challenging him back just as assertively with my glare. I did it for you, to help you.
Chapter 14. Fred. I question why I'm so worried about Andrea to begin with while I'm dragging her out of the club. We just had a thing. Nothing serious. What's more, she left me to wake up alone the next morning. It's very clear what her intentions were, so why have I gone out of my way to help her tonight? When she finally gave in and begged for my help, it looked like it caused her physical pain to do so. Bruce gives me the impression she's a fragile woman who needs protecting, but every time I try to be helpful, she slaps my hand away. Andrea steps closer to me, challenging me as if she is the same height as me. I did it for you, to help you. A part of me wants to crack a smile, amused this small, petite woman is standing up to me like this. She's close to a foot shorter than me, but that doesn't deter her in the slightest. I pull myself out of my own thoughts, focusing on the argument that builds between us. Maybe you're not in your right mind because of all you've had to drink. But did you see that large crowd of men hovering around you? Did you think for just a moment what they could have done to you if I hadn't shown up? You aren't bigger and tougher than the rest of the world, Andrea. You just have a bigger mouth. She scoffs loudly, turning her body at an angle and crossing her arms over her chest. Why am I not surprised that the great Fred Lake just wants another opportunity to stroke his ego? You think you're a god or something because so many people put you on a pedestal. You're just a stereotypical pompous prick. And you're just a woman! I instantly regret my words, but it's too late to take them back. I've opened up a whole can of worms in anger, and the only thing I can do is stand firm behind my statement. What? Her eyes widen as she repositions herself directly in front of me, revealing the angriest expression I've seen on her face. So that gives you an excuse to underestimate me? You've just confirmed the stereotype is true. I can feel my blood pressure rising as she continues to point the finger at me, refusing to accept accountability for her own actions. I didn't mean, of course, there was anything wrong with being a woman. My point was to make her understand that her safety was compromised, and she didn't have the ability to defend herself, but it came out incredibly badly in my frustration. Let's review everything that happened before the fights broke out, shall we? I start to count her mistakes, using the fingers on my right hand to aid me. First, you come to a bar alone. Then, you irresponsibly get wasted. Next, you attract attention by dancing like a slut. And finally, you attack men with glass bottles. Do you still feel as if you've done nothing wrong? Andrea stares at me with her brown doe eyes, blinking several times like something is obstructing her vision. She sporadically takes a step back, then starts pacing in front of me. I can't believe you just called me a slut! I watch her as she stumbles in her heels from the right to the left. Are you freaking kidding me? Out of all I said, that's the only thing you heard? I said like a slut, Andrea. It's an analogy for Christ's sake. She finally comes to a halt, closing her eyes to regroup as if her pacing made her feel nauseous. She's drunk enough I wouldn't be surprised. You're a jerk, do you know that? I'm a jerk because I'm calling you out on your nonsense? I raise my hands to a surrendering stance. So be it. You need someone to be the villain, so I'll be the villain. Andrea attempts to push me backwards with her hands on my chest. The motion causes her to stumble backwards instead. When I lean forward to offer her my hand, she naturally pushes it away, and I wonder why I bothered at all. Just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I can't protect myself. Women are really taking a stand these days. Get with the times. Great, I mumble as I comb my hair backwards with my right hand. I've entered feminist territory. That's the problem with you elite males. She moves her hands around as she begins to ramble on. You see feminism as a challenge. Why are you so bothered by it? If you truly are stronger, smarter, and more successful, shouldn't you be an ally instead? I hold her gaze attentively while she waits for me to respond. I've dealt with more than enough women in my lifetime to know I can't win this war. Anything I say makes me the bad guy if she's willing to work hard enough to see it. I reach for her hand, pulling her in the direction of my car. "Let's go, I'll take you home." "No!" She breaks free from my grasp, walking hastily in the opposite direction. "I don't want to see your face a moment longer." I follow behind her, observing her as she retrieves her car keys from her purse. "You're not fit to drive. I'm annoyingly sober after going back and forth with you." I pick her up forcefully before she can enter her car, warning her not to cause a scene as she struggles in my grasp. When several people stop to watch us curiously in the parking lot, I explain to them that she's my fiancée who has had too much to drink and I'm stopping her from driving while intoxicated. Most of the people saw us together inside the club, so they let us go on our way without making any inquiries. The fact that she keeps screaming my name in argument helps prove my point that we know each other as well. "Fred, what the hell are you doing?" Andrea yells as I place her into the passenger seat of my Ferrari. I swiftly race around the front of the car, entering the driver's side without giving her a response. She reaches into her purse, which has just started ringing, to answer her phone. "Jennifer, I was starting to think you left after all this time." Her eyes lock with mine as her friend's frantic voice can be heard through the speaker, asking where the hell she has gone. "I'm fine. I'm with Fred. Yeah, I'll check in with you tomorrow." She hangs up the phone, then looks up at me with anger still in her eyes. I want to laugh at how calmly she can tell her friend everything is fine, and then go right back into yelling at me. I don't dare push my luck, though. "You haven't answered my question," she snaps, back into her previous mood. "What the hell do you want with me?"
Chapter 15. Andrea. Fred neglects to give a response. Instead, he grabs my keys, which still dangle in my hands, and pockets them before I have the chance to snatch them back. Seriously, are you out of your mind? This is basically kidnapping. I'm too caught up in the argument to admit that he's right. I definitely shouldn't be driving right now. Besides, if I'm totally honest with myself, I'm kind of enjoying this. With all the crap that's happened tonight, let alone this week, I'm enjoying the opportunity to let off some steam. Fred is the perfect guy to take it out on. You're a total pig, you know. And now, once again, you're totally infantilizing me by refusing to let me drive myself home, which I'm perfectly capable of doing, by the way. I don't want to give him the satisfaction of being right after all that. And anyway, I'm having way too much fun being angry at him. Sorry, what? He seems angry for real, but it might just be part of his well-manicured persona. If it weren't for me, you'd be kidnapped for real by now. Those assholes in there weren't playing games, in case you don't remember. There you go again with your savior complex. Just give it a break. Our voices are ricocheting around the car, and I catch glimpses of a few passers-by throwing dirty looks in our direction. I don't really care, though. It feels good to yell, to finally let some of this pain and frustration out, even if it is misguided. Would you stop yelling already? Fred glances over his shoulder at a couple peering into the car as they pass. Is that a hint of embarrassment I detect? I almost grin to myself. I'm kind of enjoying watching him squirm. It cuts through that aloof, polished exterior he's always putting on. You're not going to shut me up that easily, Fred. I'm not done. I start, but I don't get to finish the sentence because suddenly he grabs my head in his hands and kisses me. I'm taken aback, and my first instinct is to push him away. I must have a bewildered look on my face, though, because he laughs a little. Well, that got you to quiet down at least. He grins before pressing his lips against mine again, with a passionate urgency. Sorry to interrupt, just as we're getting to the good part. You can listen to every tantalizing detail over on TylaWalker.com with the discount code SAVE40 for 40% off all digital products. This was definitely never going to be a one-time thing.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 16. Fred. Andrea falls into the seat next to me, breathing heavily and trying to adjust her clothes. She pulls down her dress to cover more of her legs. Unfortunate. I fix my jeans, buckling them as I swallow down some of the energy in the car. It's quiet. The only thing I can hear is my own puffed breathing as it fogs up the windows of the car. I try to slow it down and make it less obvious. It's like I'm a teenager with all this stupid enthusiasm. I can't believe myself. We did it again. I can't believe we did it again. It was almost like primal instinct. I couldn't stop myself earlier. I just wanted her. I wanted her so bad. I clear my throat. I think... maybe... We both cut our sentences dead, interrupting each other and falling into silence at the same time. I swallow, motioning to her with an awkward hand. You can go first. No, sorry. She shakes her head, shifting in her seat. You talk first. I look at her. Her hair is completely disheveled, her clothes still slightly askew. Some lipstick or something is smudged by her lip. Whatever it is, it's pink and pretty. Without thinking, I reach my hand out and fix it with my thumb. My skin traces over her lip once, then twice, until the mark is gone. I feel her breath hitch at the contact, and I hesitate before dropping my hand back in my lap. I flex my hand on my jeans. She doesn't look away from me, licking her lips. Dear God. Then she looks away. It's like the sexual energy in us pops, fading to this weird, uncomfortable energy of almost terrifying realization. How can something so sexually charged be so awkward? My mouth was on her 5 minutes ago, and now I can't even make it say words. My breathing has finally slowed down to a normal, non-audible volume, but somehow that's worse. The car is dead silent now, and this silence is going to make me lose my mind. I inhale to speak, just as she rushes out a sentence instead. This is wrong, she says. It's like really wrong. We should not be doing this. As much as it sucks, she's completely right. My grandfather wants me to date seriously, and he's right too. I'm 29. I should be settling down and becoming a more functioning member of society. I can't do that if I'm just sleeping around and partying at random bars. I shouldn't be getting into fights at bars either, but that's a thought to unpack at a later date and time. You're right, I tell her. Us doing this? It's crazy. She nods slowly, like she's turning the words over in her head. She huffs and looks out the front windshield. I don't take my eyes off her. I focus on the way her chest moves with each breath, the way her lips plump after she rolls them in her mouth, and the way her eyelashes flutter with each blink. We just had sex. I just came. I should not be this horny again. What is wrong with me? I can't take it anymore. This is crazy, but God, I want you so badly. Her head darts to look at me. What? Look, I'm gonna be honest here, I tell her. You and I, we are very sexually compatible. I can't remember the last time I was this compatible with a girl, so I'm gonna be real with you. I cannot stop thinking about taking you. Over and over. Anywhere. Anytime. She stares at me with this wide-eyed deer expression, and I instantly think I've made a huge misstep. I analyze her face. I can't figure out the emotion there, just surprise. Do you feel the same way? I swear, the minute of silence that follows is absolutely agonizing, but her voice eventually comes out, small and sheepish. Yeah. I actually rear back in surprise. Really? Yeah, she repeats. Even just the stupid thought of you makes me, so horny. It's been super annoying, actually. I'm known for being annoying. She glares at me for a second before looking back out the windshield. Her hair waves with the motion. I'm just saying, she continues. I don't think once or twice is enough. I have this need to feel you and have you inside me and make out with you, which is ridiculous. I fight a laugh. I don't think it's ridiculous at all, actually. Of course you don't, she says. You're used to this. I'm actually not. This insane, burning need to be with one specific woman is completely new territory for me. She doesn't need to know that, though. You know, I say, changing gears. Since we're both on the same page here, I freeze. Wait, we are, right? She looks back at me. I think so. Why do we have to make things complicated? What, you mean like a relationship? She asks. I nod. Serious relationships are what I'm used to. She shrugs. Anything but that is new territory for me. It's risky, but I can't help it. I have to ask. Where did serious relationships get you, Andrea? For a second, I regret saying it, but she nods again, slowly, like she's turning the phrase over. I don't want to think about anything serious right now, and you sure as hell don't look like you do either, I say. I just want you in literally every way and position imaginable. God, you're dirty. You make me dirty, I say back instantly, and she bites back a smile. It's your fault. She shakes her head like she can't believe the concept. Like her driving me wild this way is more insane than anything else we've said or done in this car tonight. It's like she has no idea how gorgeous and sexy she is. And that, it simply won't do. Absolutely not. To hell with my grandfather. To hell with societal expectations. To hell with, well, everything, actually. Maybe you need a change of pace, I say. What if you and I just have hot, ridiculous, stupid sex? What if we have sex, no strings attached? Just until we get it out of our systems and... Are you suggesting... How about being friends with benefits?
Chapter 17. Andrea. Fred isn't wrong. All my last committed relationship brought me was heartache and pain. I'm still emotionally scarred from it and don't know how long it will take me to regain my confidence. In the meantime, I might as well enjoy myself, right? As much as I've tried to place our first satisfying encounter in the back of my mind, it was something I thought about frequently. It's time I make a decision that benefits me. Fred and I are so sexually compatible. It would be a waste not to explore this in a more convenient way. My body is turned at an angle towards him in the passenger seat. I smile sincerely before giving him my answer when there is a sudden knock on the window behind me. Damn it! My heart beats into my throat as I turn around to view what made the sound. Bruce takes a step back, examining the parked car with Jennifer standing diagonally behind him. Luckily, they can't see us because of the darkly tinted windows, but I can't exactly hide here after already telling Jennifer who I'm with. It's my fault, I whisper cautiously, slightly panicking as I arrange my dress to appear like it hasn't been lifted up and moved around. I thought that giving her some peace of mind would get rid of her. Now she's brought my parole officer. Fred releases a low chuckle as he zips up his jeans and fastens the top button. Bruce is no fool. He'll catch on quickly. I'll go out first. He opens his door, exiting the car, with a pleasant tone to greet his friend. Bruce, what brings you to my door? Bruce walks around the front of the yellow Ferrari, looking more jacked than usual with his hands in his pants pockets. He raises a brow, then gives Fred a brotherly hug before standing in front of him with his usual tough demeanor. We received an anonymous tip. Fred chuckles heartily, performing his nervous tick of running his hand through his hair. And what tip would that be? I hope Bruce keeps his cool about this. I've seen him get angry before. Friend or not, Fred will be in danger if he gets set off. It's a good thing that he didn't come knocking 5 minutes earlier. I'm sure the rocking motion of the car would have given us away. Bruce shifts his attention to the car when the passenger door swings open and I exit the car. He silently observes me as I walk over to Jennifer and hug her. Jennifer sighs with relief as she holds me tightly, speaking in a whisper so the boys can't hear. Sorry I left you alone like that. I wasn't satisfied with our brief call, and he was insistent on coming after I told him that we got split up and there was a fight. He paid a neighbor we sometimes use as a sitter to watch the baby and everything. I smile at her warmly as we exit our embrace. It's fine. I wouldn't expect anything less. I can see Bruce's large frame approaching through my peripheral vision. Fred trails behind him casually, keeping his playful demeanor to avoid any suspicion. Bruce eyes me like a robot scanning a target for abnormalities. Jen said a fight broke out in the club. Are you injured? No, I'm not. I figure the sooner that I can clear Fred's name, the better it will be for all of us. My eyes shift to him, noticing the large hickey that I left on the right side of his neck. Hopefully, they'll just think that it's a bruise from the fight. I clear my throat, wanting to plead my case as soon as possible. Fred helped me. He fought off a group of men who were trying to force me to leave with them. Bruce turns his wide body to face Fred, clenching his right hand to Fred's left shoulder with an impressed expression on his face. Is that right? I happen to be in the right place at the right time. He then takes a step back, entering an exuberant sparring pose in front of Bruce and demonstrating a few combos. Those combos you taught me came in handy. I knocked them all out, man. At this rate, you should put me on your top security team. Bruce cracks a smile for the first time all night, humoring him by briefly pretending to spar with him. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Fred. You still need to clean up your act before I even consider associating you with my business. Come on, Bruce. You know me better than that. They're all lies. We'll talk about this later. Bruce pats Fred's chest with the back of his hand. Then he takes a step forward and pulls me into a bear hug. I'm just glad you're okay. Jennifer smiles widely as she watches us. Your car will be fine here. You shouldn't be driving since you had so much to drink. We'll drop you home. I turn to her after the hug, grateful for her consideration, but feeling slightly smothered. I can drive now. I've had plenty of time to sober up. Bruce twists his inferno ring on his middle finger while he thoroughly studies me. I'm not so sure. It's not a risk I'm willing to take either. Fred places her arm around Bruce's shoulders, lightly shaking him in his grasp. Why don't you two lovebirds head home? Andrea is in good hands. The look Bruce gives him is a mixture of suspicion and a warning glare. Fred isn't easily deterred, insisting that he's capable. I've proven myself tonight, haven't I? I'm completely sober. I'll drive behind her and make sure she gets home safely. Bruce still has some hesitation, but nods reluctantly. Drive safely. Jennifer waves at us pleasantly, before walking away with her husband's arm wrapped around her. I finally exhale a breath I have been holding in forever. I thought they'd never leave. Fred chuckles as he opens the passenger side door for me. Convincing Bruce Fordington is no easy feat. Get in. I'll drive you to your car. I cover the distance between us, standing closely to him with only the door between us. I bite my bottom lip, eyeing him flirtatiously. So, how soon does this friends with benefits package kick in?
Chapter 18. Fred. I know you're just as excited for this as I am, but YouTube can't handle all this heat. Luckily, you can head on over to tylawalker.com with discount code SAVE40. Thank you for listening to Dirty AF.
Chapter 19. Andrea. I stretch slowly awake, feeling the warmth of the sheets enveloping me. They are soft, tempting me not to get up after all. Maybe I could sleep a little more. What time is it, though? I hesitantly open my eyes to catch a glimpse of my alarm clock. For a split second, I'm completely disoriented. There's no alarm clock in sight. In fact, there's no room. At least, not mine. It dawns on me suddenly that I'm still at Fred's place, and the craziness of last night comes flooding back all at once. I smile giddily to myself. I've never done anything like that before, not until Fred. I feel my belly fill with warmth at the thought of my newfound slutty ways, not regretting a thing. It feels good to finally be wanted, to finally get mine. Before even looking, I can tell the bed next to me is empty. Despite the missing clock, the warm light pouring through the window indicates it's well and truly time to get up. I sit up and search around for my clothes from last night, but I already know there are pieces of my outfit strewn over the whole house. Instead, I find one of Fred's shirts and slip into it. It's comically large on me, more a dress than a shirt, and I smile to myself. There's a certain novelty in wearing a man's clothes after sleeping with him. On my way downstairs, I come across my underwear, bra, pantyhose, and finally, my dress. Picking each item up, I realize everything's slightly sticky from last night's revelry. Maybe I could just wash them here? No sense in being shy at this point. I'm on my way to find the washer when I hear the sound of pots and pans in the kitchen. The sound is soon followed by a delicious smell as I make my way closer. Soon enough, I catch Fred cooking up something fierce over the stovetop. He doesn't notice me at first. Instead, he's hunched over what appears to be a 3-course meal. His tongue is sticking out slightly in oblivious concentration, and I laugh a little at the sight. He's surprisingly cute when he's not kidnapping people. Another slip from the master of facades. He hears me and turns, a wide grin spreading over his face. "Good morning," I say with a sly smile, images of last night flashing my mind again. "Good afternoon," he teases. "I hope you're hungry." "If it tastes anything like it smells, then yes, I'm famished." He grins again. "It may surprise you, but I'm actually a pretty good cook." His eyes dart down as he notices the dirty clothes I'm carrying. "Going somewhere?" "Oh yeah, I was actually looking for your washer. Mind if I throw these in? They got a little..." I trail off, leaving my sentence hanging in the air. He already knows what I mean, and the glint in his eyes shows it. "Dirty?" We both laugh self-consciously, but it's a nice moment of shared mischief. He doesn't wait for me to answer. Of course, it's over here. Once my clothes are spinning gently, I turn back to the kitchen, watching Fred whip up lunch. It's nice to watch him create something. I myself am a hopeless cook, and I've always marveled at those who have the patience to blend flavors and get the timing just right. I can burn something as simple as toast, even on a good day. Plus, I'm excited to eat something other than ramen and takeout for a change. So, the benefits in Friends with Benefits. I didn't know that included a private chef. If I'd known, I would have done this much sooner. I give him another mischievous grin. He laughs, stirring a pot of pasta sauce as he does. Actually, this isn't usually part of the package. You're the first woman I've ever cooked for, so I guess you must be special. He sends a grin in my direction, hinting at the tease in his words. I guess I'm usually more about the benefits and less about the friends part of the equation. So that makes me your friend then? I'm teasing too, but there's a little part of me that's genuinely touched by the idea. Well, I saved your life, right? Twice, actually. But who's counting? He flashes me a comical smile. I'd say that makes us friends. Well, thanks, pal. We both laugh at this, and I'm struck by the strangeness of this interaction. At least it's a step up from where we started. You're welcome. To be honest, I'm pretty sure the other women I've slept with weren't exactly interested in friendship either. Mostly, they just wanted the money I could throw at them and the status that comes with dating me. And the amazing sex, of course. I can't say I blame them on that front, I say with a wink. Well, as long as you're not hankering to be Mrs. Lake, like the rest of them, I think this friendship can continue. And with that, lunch is served. He brings plates of pasta, bacon, and eggs to the table. I didn't know what you'd want, so I just made everything, he says. And I think I detect a hint of sheepishness in his voice. That's fine by me. This looks amazing. I help myself to a plate of pasta, and my mouth waters just looking at it. He's really gone all out on what's practically a gourmet dish. I'm ecstatic to find it tastes just as good as it looks. He's just starting in on his own meal when the doorbell suddenly chimes. A quizzical look passes over his face. He pauses, knife and fork midair, as he turns to the door. Expecting someone? I ask. He turns back to me, the puzzled expression solidified on his face. No. I don't think too much of it as he gets up to answer the door. I'm far too occupied with lunch to worry about the mailman, or the neighbor asking for a cup of sugar, or whoever it is, but my culinary glee doesn't last long. Within a matter of seconds, Fred is sprinting back into the dining room, a look of panic slashed across his face. It's my grandfather, he hisses. From the way he's acting, I can only assume that's a bad thing.
Chapter 20. Fred. Damn it. I can only explain my actions that follow using the word frenzy. I take stock of the room, noticing all the clothes scattered everywhere from the night before. This place looks like a sex tornado came through it. He's never seen it look like this, even at my worst. I start picking things up without thinking, almost slipping on a sock that I don't even remember putting on at any point in my life. The doorbell rings again and again. I groan, throwing the clothes into my room and shutting the door. If my room's covered in clothing, that's normal. I'll just say I'm a messy guy and my apartment is always trashed. It's not, but a little lie will never hurt. Fred, I hear Andrea say. The place looks better with the clothes off the floor, but it's still not great. The stupid throw pillows on the couch are still on the floor, so I pick them up and throw one to each end of the couch. There. It looks fine. I take another step and realize that the table is covered in crap. I brush past Andrea to start tidying that stuff up, and I'm ready to scream by the time the doorbell rings a fourth time. My breath is about to start quickening when I feel a hand grabbing my arm. Fred, Andrea says. Calm down. God, what's wrong? It's my grandfather, I say, repeating my words from earlier as though that's the only explanation needed. To me, it is. So? She shrugs. I scoff. So, if he sees you in this apartment, he's going to kill me. She blinks at me in surprise. Am I that repulsive? I just barely glare at her. I'm kidding, she says, touching my arm again. Look, you're a guy in his 20s. He can't expect you to never have girls over. It's not like he told you he was coming. You don't understand? I tell her, shaking my head. I let out a rough exhale. Okay, can you explain it to me? She asks. I almost want to laugh. I wish I didn't have to. Well, she says, thinking, what if you just say I'm a friend who stayed over? I got drunk or something and needed a place to stay. He won't believe that. He knows me too well, I say. He'll never believe we're just friends, I mean. Look at you. You're drop-dead gorgeous. She rolls her eyes. He'll think I'm sleeping around again, I tell her. So he told me if I don't clean up my act and become the morale compass he approves of, he's cutting me off. I'm out of his will, the whole deal. She drops my arm at that, surprised. That's kind of dramatic, don't you think? Maybe, I agree. But that's Pop's. I continue adjusting things on the table until it looks presentable. The doorbell rings another 2 times, this time rapid fire. He's getting impatient. I don't like Pop's impatient. I groan. You have to hide or something, I tell her. The only woman he'd be okay with seeing at my place is... I stop. That's it. That's crazy. That's our only option. Damn it. Be my fiancé. She scoffs this time. Sorry, what? Pretend, I emphasize, backtracking. Just pretend you and I are in a happy little engaged bubble for like a few minutes, hours, until he leaves. I don't know, I plead. Please. If it's you, my grandfather might actually believe me. Hell, he'll actually be happy, I think. He'll like you. No, she says. I can't tell if she's disagreeing that he won't like her, or just telling me she won't do it. You're insane. Never said I wasn't. How can we pretend? Your grandfather knows you're not serious with someone, and what? She throws her hands in the air. All of a sudden I show up? Out of nowhere? Surprise domestic bliss? It's a fair point. This soon after my talk with him, the story's not entirely believable. Unless... We'll say I proposed last night, I tell her. I asked you out a bunch of times before, but you always said no because people were lying about me and you thought I was someone different from who I actually am. I saved you at the club a few weeks ago. We'll embellish the timeline, and we became a couple. I've been hitting on you, so it's not like we're complete liars. We're just... romanticizing it. Exactly. I sigh, relieved. Man, and if you can push that what he's heard about me isn't true since I've spent months liking you, God, that would be... Okay, now you're pushing it. Please. I put my hand on her shoulder. Whatever you want. I'll help you with anything, whenever you need it. I just need him to think it's been going on for a few weeks, and you weren't ready to tell anyone until I could prove I was serious or something. I'm surprised when she grins, her eyes sparkling. Okay? I frown in surprise for a second before it hits me. She got me. She got me good. Oh, you're the worst. She shrugs happily. Promise? That you're the worst? Sure. She actually laughs, hitting my arm. No, promise. You owe me one. I roll my eyes. What are we, 9? Should we connect pinkies? Promise. I sigh. Do I even have a choice? The doorbell rings again, this time in 3 rapid-fire hits. Okay, I rush out. Okay, fine, I promise. I owe you one. Anything I want? Okay, now you're pushing it, I tell her. She grins happily, accepting what I'm giving for the promise that it is. All right, she says. She puts her hand on my neck and I try to make myself move away. Now is really not the time to get turned on. But she doesn't let me go, using her other hand to keep my head still. You have lipstick on your neck. Oh, Jesus Christ, I say, helping her wipe it off. I do a once-over of her. Her hair's a little bit of a mess, but I fix it easily with my fingers. She adjusts the rest of her clothes and tugs my t-shirt into place. I run my fingers through my hair and give her a questioning look. You're the grandson of dreams, she tells me. A real moral compass. I roll my eyes and push past her, stepping up to the door. I look behind me to make sure she's followed, and I see her petite frame behind me grinning. She gives me a thumbs up. Deftly, she's smart enough to switch a small ring she's wearing on her right hand to her left, and I'm thankful for that. There's another doorbell sound, this time followed by an angry hit to the door itself. I take a deep breath and put on a winning smile. I open the door. "Hey, Pops."
Chapter 21. Andrea. As soon as the old man walks in, I get it. I was picturing some doddering old guy, but Fred's grandpa is an intimidating figure. He's tall for starters, standing totally erect but for a slight bend in his right knee. In his right hand, he holds a heavy cane with a gleaming metal tip, the kind you'd expect a villain to wield. He's dressed in a crisp navy blue suit and white shirt, and he has an air of arrogance about him, set into the stern look on his face. He strikes me as the kind of man that does not like to be left waiting. Fred swallows hard enough that I can hear it, and his grandfather says nothing. Instead, he gives him a disapproving glare before turning his attention to me. I suddenly feel very self-conscious. I'm wearing nothing but Fred's shirt, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out why. I tug futilely at the hem, willing it to cover more of my very exposed body and alleviate some of this awkward tension. But I soon realize I'm only making it worse. After another second of casting his judgmental gaze over me, Fred's grandfather brushes past us and into the living room. I'm suddenly plunged into temporary relief. God, no wonder Fred was freaking out. His grandfather takes a look around the room, surveying it for yet more things to judge. Or so I imagine. "Sorry about the mess, Grandpa. I really should keep this place tidier. Or maybe hire a housekeeper or something. I'm pretty hopeless." Fred is trying to get a hold of the situation, but his grandfather is clearly not interested in excuses. He blatantly ignores Fred and suddenly turns his attention back to me. "And who are you, young lady?" It's the first thing he said since arriving, and I feel myself stiffen slightly. I hope the old man doesn't notice. Luckily, Fred jumps in. At least he tries to. "This is an..." He's interrupted by a sharp glance from his grandfather. Apparently, this tactic works quite well. Without a word, the old man points to a chair. Fred immediately obeys, sitting down like a good little boy. I've never seen him like this. Who knew it was dear old Granddad that would so easily strip him of his bravado? I can't help but giggle a little at the sight, and suddenly I feel much less tense. Fred's grandfather turns to me again. "What's so funny?" His spell over me has somehow been broken. He's not my grandfather, so what the hell do I care what he thinks? I decide to just be honest. "Well, when you've only ever seen a man parade about like a lion, it's pretty funny to see him suddenly acting like a mouse." I mean it good-naturedly, and I hope the warm smile I cast in Fred's direction is enough for him to know that. The old man looks shocked for a second before bursting out into peals of laughter. He has a nice hearty laugh, like someone who hasn't laughed in a long time and is finally letting it all out. Fred, on the other hand, looks like he's desperately keeping something in. His face has turned beet red. "Very good, young lady, very good." He suddenly takes me by the hand and leads me to the sofa, coaxing me down next to him as he sits. "Well then, do tell me all about yourself. It's high time Fred finds himself a decent woman." In my oversized t-shirt getup, I hardly feel that decent is the right descriptor, but I'll take it. I'm relieved the tension has finally been broken, and, despite his embarrassment, it seems like Fred is too. I tell him about my work and my passions. When I mention I'm an MIT grad, he seems suitably impressed. Another tick on his grandfatherly checklist, it seems. Then he asks about Fred, the part I've been dreading. Fred himself tries to jump in, but he's silenced again with another stern look from his grandpa. "Well, Mr. Lake." "Oh, none of that now. Call me Oliver." I smile gratefully. "Well, Oliver, Fred was actually pursuing me for a long time before I finally agreed to go out with him. Honestly, with his reputation, I didn't want to give him the time of day. I heard a lot of bad things that made me think he's somebody he's not. It isn't as hard as I thought it would be, telling the lie, In fact, it's not really much of a lie at all, just a creative rebranding of the truth. Luckily, he was persistent. He finally convinced me to give him a chance and take me on a date. Well, it wasn't an official date to start with. He actually got me out of a pretty scary situation at a club and finally managed to show me the kind of person he really is. It's been a few weeks, but last night, he asked me to marry him. I look at Fred with all the soppiness I can muster. It's a look straight out of a bad rom-com. I just hope his grandfather buys it. Really? That's really what's been going on? He looks at me with suspicion. But I can tell he wants to believe me. I don't feel great about lying to an old man, but I don't want to cause issues for Fred either. I convince myself I'm doing the right thing. Surprising, I know, but it's the truth. I try to push aside the surge of guilt. Luckily, a broad grin breaks out on his face, reassuring me that everyone is happy this way. Well, that's wonderful. He jumps up with an impressive amount of energy for a man his age and starts pacing excitedly. And your family? I'm not quite sure what to say, but I manage to muddle my way through, giving a generally happy picture. I leave a lot out, painting the simplest picture possible. Oliver seems satisfied and starts chattering away about a family lunch. We'll have to get everyone together. I'd like to know who my new granddaughter-in-law's family are, especially if you plan to have children someday. Oh God, what? I don't know what's happening, but I'm caught somewhere between bursting out laughing and running from the building. Oliver's sweet, but also way too intense. We told this man we were moving fast already, and now he's talking about children? I try to send Fred a discreet signal, moving my hand across my throat in a kill-it kind of motion, but I'm not subtle enough. Oliver catches sight of me, and his face suddenly drops. What is it, Fred? Do you not plan on having kids? His face suddenly contorts and his knees give out. He lets out a little gasp as he crumples onto the sofa next to me. I hardly know what's happening, only that it shouldn't be. All I hear as Fred rushes to his side is his strangled voice crying out in panic. Grandpa!
Chapter 22. Fred. I'm always worried about the old man because he constantly forgets his age when he's running around doing his investigation work. I understand that he wants to keep his investments protected, but prying on your grandson's personal life is definitely obsessive. At least Andrea is the woman he has caught me with. She's the smartest woman I've ever been involved with, and Oliver appears to find favor with her already. It's unfortunate he's caused this sudden health concern by stressing out over the subjects of marriage and children. Andrea and I rush him to the hospital. Because of his age and his complaint of chest pain, he is admitted almost immediately. We wait attentively in the room as the doctor checks all of his vitals. After assessing his condition thoroughly, the doctor reports back to us, stating that my grandfather is suffering from high stress levels. It is then advised that we do everything in our power to not upset him any further. I glance over at Andrea when the doctor leaves the room, sensing how uncomfortable she is. She smiles warmly whenever Oliver looks at her. But whenever he isn't focused on her, she does her usual tell of rolling her lips, showing her distress. I just hope she'll go along with this plan to keep him in good spirits. She takes a step closer to the hospital bed, playing her role of the concerned fiancé very well. I'm glad it wasn't anything more serious. Will you excuse us for a moment? Oh. Oliver glances from her to me with a suggestive smirk. Now I feel guilty for imposing on your couple time. I understand that you're not comfortable enough to be lovey-dovey in front of me yet. Of course. He gestures to his left at the open door. Andrea glances at me over her shoulder before making her way out of the room. I follow her silently, worrying that she may tell me the gig is up. Maybe it's too much for her to handle. If that's the case, I'll be screwed for life. The old man will never forgive me for lying to him like this. The repercussions will be far greater than any other catastrophic stunt that I could have pulled instead. I attempt to look as cool and unbothered as I can when I follow her into the courtyard. I have a feeling that my act isn't as convincing as I imagine it to be. When she turns around to face me, her arms are tightly crossed over her chest. She exhales deeply, looking up at the sky for some guidance. I don't know what I've gotten myself into. Andrea, I know this was all thrown at you suddenly, but we'll navigate it together. It's only temporary. Let's just remember that so we don't feel overwhelmed. Temporary? Her bold brown eyes widen as she fiercely holds my gaze. Your grandfather is talking about marriage and grandkids. Don't you think you're downplaying this just a tad? Damn. She has a point. I've never been in this type of position before, so I don't even know the best tactic to convince her. The whole situation looks bad at first glance, but I'm strangely confident about it. Perhaps it's because we get along so well. I feel like playing our roles to appease my grandfather won't be too tasking. Am I just being arrogant? I understand where you're coming from. It seems really challenging right now, but the more we get into it, the more natural it will become. I break her gaze, realizing that I'm completely powerless in front of a woman for the first time. Andrea takes a step forward, challenging me the same way she did outside the bar. You really think the world revolves around you, don't you? We're all supposed to adjust our lives to serve you, is that it? I glance down at her angered expression, feeling like I'm being backed into a corner. I don't treat people like my servants at all. She scoffs, making it clear she finds my response absurd. She looks away briefly, and I can't help but think I'm digging myself a deeper hole. You're so in denial, it's unbelievable. I make a bold move next, uncrossing her arms from her chest and holding her hands in mine. It's obvious that I've thrown her off guard, but I try to be as sincere as possible. I've never begged a person for anything in my life. In that sense, you're right. There's a sense of entitlement that comes with that. It's my turn to beg now. Will you please help me with this? Andrea pauses to read my eyes, then sighs heavily. I guess, but let's get one thing clear. I'll never marry you. I give her an understanding nod, but her words feel like needles piercing my heart for some reason. Why does her statement bother me so much? It's not like I've ever really wanted marriage before. But when I imagine doing it with Andrea, it doesn't seem so unrealistic. I've established a connection with her that I never imagined was possible. I decide to give her a verbal response to distract her from how I truly feel. That's a vow I can take. I'll never marry you either. This is strictly a transaction. Good. Her demeanor finally softens. She drops her left hand from my grasp, leaving only her right hand in a handshake with mine. I'm glad we're on the same page. As I awkwardly shake her hand, the action brings my heart even more pain. It's like I'm being pulled in all these different directions. I have to pretend like I'm not attached to her in her presence, then play the role of the doting fiancé in front of my grandfather. Will I really be okay with all of these personas? We return to the hospital room shortly after. Oliver's face lights up as soon as he sees us. He extends his weathered hands towards Andrea, and she instantly obliges by placing her hands in his. The smile on his face widens as he holds my gaze while caressing her hands. Her hands are soft just like your Grandma Rose's were. Andrea sits on the corner of his bed with her hands still in captivity. What would you like for lunch? It's my treat. Oliver becomes even perkier. Oh, are you going to cook something for me? God, no. She giggles pleasantly. I'm a terrible cook. He chuckles heartily at her comment, glancing at me like he's validating something. I smile as I watch them interact warmly, wondering if there's a chance that this could all become real. My pops will die with a smile on his face if Andrea becomes his granddaughter-in-law.
Chapter 23. Andrea. I've decided to take a month's vacation to give myself a much-needed break. Dealing with my toxic male colleagues was taking its toll. I can also use this time to reinvent myself. I have the vacation time, and it's becoming obvious I need to use it to get my head on straight. I'm reeling from Colin still and behaving erratically. I need to get myself together before I do something hasty and blow the career I've been working so hard on. It also gives me a chance to process some of the stress from faking a relationship with Fred. It isn't out of dislike for his grandfather at all. He was a bit intense, but after about an hour, I warmed right up to him. Being around him is actually quite refreshing because he provides me with the support system that my own family never did. As it turns out, so far a lot of my time off has been spent with the old man. Strange, but true. I like having the chance to keep him company at the hospital, even if we came together through rather unusual circumstances. Oliver sits up vigilantly in his hospital bed, eager to hear more about my work stories. Those men are probably hopeless in that office without you. I chuckle ironically as I fold some of his fresh clothes onto the chair across from his bed. They'll deny it to their dying breath. I've never been around a bigger group of misogynistic pigs. Right. And that jerk, Todd Stewart, right? He only wishes he could have a woman like you. That's why he doesn't know how to speak to you correctly. He speaks so knowledgeably, as if he has met him in person. Nay, I just think his mother didn't love him, and now he takes it out on all other women. I place my hands onto my hips now that I've finished my task. Oliver pauses, looking down at his hands before hesitantly asking a serious question. Do you think Fred has turned out that way too? I regret making my statement instantly. Truth be told, I have no idea what Todd's problem really is. I don't want to offer any opinion on Fred, since I don't know the dynamic of his relationship with his mother. We're getting friendlier, but hardly that close. Judging by Oliver's question, I can suspect it must not have been a very good one. I walk over to him purposefully, taking his hands into mine while I offer him reassurance. Regardless of his relationship with her, I believe you did a great job with Fred. You should be proud. He smiles at me warmly, repositioning our hands so that his own engulf mine. I've had doubts this whole time, but ever since he's committed to you, I feel myself being more hopeful. You're the best thing that could have happened to him. Please be as patient with him as you have been with me. I'm about to respond when Fred walks into the room as if he's on cue. He smiles charmingly as he witnesses the scene in front of him, then playfully stops in his tracks. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting something here. I can leave and come back later. Oliver and I greet him with bright smiles as we release each other's hands. He studies his grandson as he walks past the end of the bed, then around it to reach me. What's got you in such a good mood? Fred places his left hand on the small of my back as he gives me a sweet peck on my lips. I'm just happy to see my two favorite people, that's all. He passes in front of me, then starts to lean down over the bed. Pucker up, Pops. You're next. The zealous grandfather raises his hands, palms out, to push away Fred's face. Where's my cane? You need a beating. We all laugh vibrantly as Fred stands to his full height, taking a step back to join my side. He places his arm around my waist, bringing me into a side hug as he keeps his focus on Oliver. The nurses are satisfied with how your blood pressure has regulated. It looks like you'll be out of here very soon. A day or two, with any luck. That's a relief. He looks down at the bed as he adjusts his position again. This bed feels like I'm sitting on a pincushion. You'd think they'd have something more comfortable. I can't help but smile at how adorable he is. There are moments when he is the stereotypical grumpy grandpa, then he easily switches over to an energetic kid at the drop of a dime. He is not a hard person to please, and that makes me feel even more guilty about not being 100% honest. The truth is that I have a genuine affection for Oliver. The fact that I treat him like he's my own grandfather makes me feel even more like a phony. Is it weird that I'm becoming fonder of Fred as the days go by? We've spent the last 3 days spending most of our free time here at the hospital. When he does things like casually pulling me closer to him, my heart actually skips a beat. Then I have to remind myself that this is all just for show. As soon as we're no longer in front of our intended audience, we end up bickering about something again. Ironically, that makes us even more like a true couple, right? It's confusing at times. The truth is, Fred is a nice guy, underneath all of his womanizing ways. The initial bad impression I had of him changed when I noticed how he loves and respects his grandfather. We remain with Oliver until he can get comfortable enough to drift off to sleep. I feel like it was a day well spent as we walked to Fred's yellow Ferrari. I start to wonder if I'm setting myself up for disaster with how close I'm getting to the old man. It might be best to not get too attached in this sort of situation, but now it's a bit too late to be having these thoughts. Oliver gives me the validation that I've never gotten from my parents and brothers, and I'm eating it up like I've been starved. Our car ride to my apartment, one I insisted I am staying in despite our engagement, is mostly silent, with the exception of some small talk here and there. I glance back at him in the driver's seat after opening my passenger door. I'll see you later then. Wait, Fred pauses as if what comes next makes him anxious to say. Will you go on a date with me? My heart sinks into my chest. It's the last thing I expected him to say, and it must be written across my face that I'm taken aback. Why? We need some dating stories for my pops, right? I feel somewhat disappointed by his airy response, but mask it with my endearing smile. Okay, but with one condition. We meet in the morning at the place of my choosing. Fred gives me a firm nod without questioning my motives. It's a deal.
Chapter 24. Fred. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it was not this. Andrea texted me the address for where to meet this morning, but I thought she had gotten it wrong. When I show up in front of an amusement park, I almost text her to ask if this was actually the right place. But then I see her. Andrea is dressed in a pair of tight jeans which hug all her curves. She is on a loose zip-up hoodie and underneath is a low-cut tank top. I almost whistle in appreciation but hold my tongue. She sees my car shortly after and waves excitedly at me. I guess this is the right place. I roll down my window before unlocking my door for her. She doesn't hesitate to climb in. I have to park. She nods, taking a sip from her water bottle. I can't believe this is where you wanted our date to be. I chuckle about halfway through my sentence because, of course, I should have known. She is wild after all, my brain adds as an afterthought. Aren't you excited? She asks, her usual bubbly self. I shrug lightly, pulling into a rather tight parking spot. I pay for the parking on my phone and cut the engine. I can't say I've spent much time in amusement parks past like 15, I say. Has it really been that long? The realization dawns on me, and I have to stop my face from showing my inner surprise. Andrea takes it in stride, though, and she slips out of my car with ease. I have a bit of a harder time since the asshole next to me didn't know how to stay between his lines. I finally shimmy out and walk toward her, holding out my hand for my date to take. She grabs it happily and pulls me excitedly to the amusement park entrance. I, of course, pay for everything. When we get inside, she immediately points to the giant drop tower currently carrying people up to the top. Let's go on that first, she declares and looks at me. My head cranes up to look at the top of the tower, and I silently gulp. All right. I let her drag me over, and in no time we are being buckled into the seats. She lets go of my hand to get all strapped in, and seems content holding onto the handles as her legs kick happily. And then we are off. The scratchy voice of the attendant over the speakers drones out, counting down the time until we reach the top. I can't help but feel unbelievably queasy at the way the ground is slowly getting farther and farther away. And we're going to drop in 5, 4, 3, 2. Suddenly, I feel my stomach in my throat. Halfway through the 2 count, the car starts to drop. I hear a muffled Andrea squealing beside me, but mostly I hear my own blood pounding in my ears. My mouth clamps shut as I try to hold in my breakfast. And then, before I know what's happening, we are on the ground, Our reinforced seat harnesses lift, and Andrea shoots out of her seat like an excited puppy being let out of a cage. "What a great way to start off the day! Wasn't that so much fun?" she says, pulling me out of my chair. I can only weakly laugh and hold up a hesitant thumb. She hardly waits for my answer before pulling me to the next ride. I remember now why I don't usually come here. Andrea wants to ride all the biggest, fastest rides. It's like she has a quota. If a ride doesn't go upside down or drop you from 100 feet, she isn't interested. We even ride one of those movie rides where the chairs move 360 degrees in time with the movie screens all around you. That one seems to be my stomach's limit, because right after we get out of the ride, I am hauling ass to the closest trash can. I can feel Andrea rubbing my back, but I also feel eyes all over me. I regain my composure quickly, and my date kindly offers her water bottle for me to rinse my mouth out. I take it with a weak smile and gargle a mouthful of her water, spitting it into the nasty-smelling trash can. As the sun starts to set, we walk over to the Viking boat ride. I still remember this one as a child, but back then I only ever went on the smaller version in the kids section. As we sit down on one of the edges, because, of course, she has to ride on the very tip, her hand reaches out to grasp mine. I look at her, and she has a small, shy smile on her face. "Thanks for coming with me today. No one really comes with me to the park. Jenny's too scared to ride all these big rides. But you take it with ease. I'm honestly surprised." She finishes with a soft laugh just as the ride starts to pick up. Our hands don't separate the whole time, and she even throws up her and my hands at the peak of the ride. When we climb off, I stop her by the main bridge. "Darling, I can't do any more rides," I say, my voice weak from feeling nauseated on and off all day. She pouts for a second before smiling big. "That's okay. You made it through pretty much the whole day. And we have all these pictures." She pulls out an envelope and we quickly look over the ride photos. I look awful in all of them. So pale, I'm almost green. With a groan, I put my hands over my eyes. "Those are terrible photos of me." I hear her gorgeous laugh. She kisses my cheek just as a very loud popping sound starts up in the distance behind us. The nightly fireworks, I realize before I actually see them. We find a nice spot against the bridge and watch the fireworks show, which grows progressively bigger. A warm feeling fills my chest, and I find myself smiling. All things considered, today was really good. I could have done without the motion sickness, but still it was worth the trade-off for a day like this. I feel the small hand of my date slip into mine, and I interlace our fingers as we watch the explosive end of the fireworks show. Andrea rests her head on my shoulder, and I kiss the crown of her hair. After the show, we linger like that. "I had a lot of fun today," I admit quietly. She looks up at me, and her sincere smile splits into a large, happy grin. We turn to face each other, and I cup the back of her head in my free hand. "Thanks for reigniting the kid in me," I mumble, as our lips get closer. We close the distance at the same time and kiss, just as the big lights signaling the park's closing come on.
Chapter 25. Andrea. My head is swimming. When I asked Fred to come to the amusement park with me today, I would have never imagined it would end like this. He said today was just to keep up appearances for his grandfather. But that kiss at the end felt so real. It was just for us. I can't stop myself from liking him more and more, and it's a dangerous slope. He's still a playboy and the golden boy of Vegas. I don't want to get so wrapped up in him that I can't find myself when the dust settles. Our ride is quiet but comfortable. Fred's hand is on my thigh, and I can feel the pad of his thumb through my jeans as he makes slow motions across my leg. The street lights illuminate the car inside in short bursts, only dampened by the tinted windows. When we turn onto my street, I'm not surprised to feel a slight pang of disappointment that the day's over already. It went quickly, but every moment of it was full of excitement. The car slows to a stop in front of my place, and I feel the gentle hum of the engine cut as Fred turns his vehicle off. Our voices fill the space before both cutting off at the same time. We share a small laugh before Fred looks at me with his sparkling blue eyes, the corners of his lips curled upwards. "You first," he offers, squeezing my thigh lightly. I shift my body to face him and put my hand over his. "Thank you for coming with me. I know I said it earlier, but really it was the most fun I've had in a while." I smile sincerely. Fred's own smile slowly grew, as if he felt the same way. "I had a perfect time, too." His voice is airier than usual, and it takes a conscious effort not to quirk my eyebrow up and wonder over its complicated meaning. The words tumble out of my mouth before I really register what I'm asking. "Do you want to come inside?" As soon as I realize I've said it, I can feel my cheeks heat up. Thankfully, it is dark in the car, so hopefully he can't see how bashful I am. Fred and I have fooled around, of course, but this feels different, more intimate, more desperate of a request. "Of course I would," he says in his casual, flirtatious style. He flips his hand to grab mine and brings it up to his lips, kissing it. I can't stop the giggle that bubbles up in my throat, and I take a second to brush the back of my fingers along his cheek. Our seatbelts click at the same time, and we climb out of the car. I grab the keys from my pocket and unlock the door for us to go in. Flicking on lights as I walk in, I lead the Playboy to the kitchen area and offer him a cup of coffee. "I'm okay. I really like your place, though. It's exactly what I expected," he admits, a coy grin on his face. I turn to him with a questioning gaze. "What exactly does that mean?" I demand, unsure how to take the comment. Fred walks over to me and grabs my hips with his soft hands. He pulls me into his front and I place my cup on the counter before turning my head up to him. Once again, things are getting a little too heated for YouTube. Head on over to TylaWalker.com with the discount code SAVE40 to listen to the full version of this audiobook and many more.
Chapter 26. Fred. The next morning, Andrea and I arrive at the hospital. My grandfather is being released at 11 o'clock. He's already standing by his bed, adjusting his neatly pressed clothes as if he has been waiting to leave this place for ages. He turns around slowly when he hears us entering, his trusty iron cane propping him up at his right side. I'm not sure if it's because he has been forced to rest for a week, or if he's just beyond ecstatic to see us, but he is looking the healthiest I've seen him look in a long time. His wool brown newsboy hat matches his plaid vest over his white-collared shirt with tan slacks. The effect is both youthful and vintage, making him look like an old-school gangster. Damn, Pops. I give him a once-over, then lightheartedly use my hand to dust his wool vest. "Who dressed you today? I haven't seen you look this dapper since I was in high school." Oliver smiles brightly as he shifts his glance to Andrea. "Your beautiful fiancé has been washing and ironing all my clothes. I feel like $1,000,000 even though they're old clothes." Wow. I bring her closer to my right side with my hand draped at her lower back. "You've really outdone yourself." Andrea smiles as she also admires how sharp the old man looks. "Well, you know, they say that a part of feeling good is looking good." He retrieves his cell phone from the hospital bed and places it in the pocket of his pants. "She's right, you know, and she has the makings of a great wife." I feel instant discomfort from his remark, and I can't seem to avoid his gaze. "Pops, I'm just waiting for the good news." He shrugs briefly, then returns to his previous stance. "There's no point in dragging it out, right? When are you two getting married?" Andrea takes the heat off of me by giggling lightly. "We're still young. We want to take our time planning." Oliver sighs as if she has given the wrong answer. I've heard that one so many times. It's the biggest excuse there is. It's not an excuse. I clear my throat, and my words become less raspy. It's a big day, and I don't want it to feel rushed. I want to enjoy this time Enjoy my fiancé. I only get this once in a lifetime. He leisurely starts to walk towards the door, disregarding everything that we've said to debate his point of view. By the looks of it, you'll get married soon. I have a good feeling that you two won't disappoint me. Andrea glares at me while his back is turned, waiting for me to say something clever or change the subject. I shrug at her helplessly, then chuckle deeply to kill the awkward silence. She joins in with me briefly, then walks forward to join my grandfather's side. Let's get you out of this prison, huh? I've been waiting impatiently for those words. He comfortably wraps his left arm into her right arm, and they leave the room together. I trail behind them, thinking to myself how they will both handle things when this is all over. They've grown so close after such a short time, and I'm starting to assess how emotionally detrimental this will be on both sides. Anyone watching them would think that she is his granddaughter, and I'm just the third wheel. While I'm delighted by the rapport they've built, I'm also troubled by the inevitable outcome. I'm not so against the concept of marrying Andrea at all. She's the only woman that I feel a deeper connection with. I didn't think this was something a man of my status would ever experience. People are always quick to judge my playful nature, but maybe it has become my defense mechanism to combat the ulterior motives that come my way. No woman has ever wanted to get to know me for who I am. All they see is a handsome trust fund baby that they can mooch off of. This is the first time where it actually feels safe for me to let my guard down. Oliver's driver waits for him outside, holding open the back door of his black Cadillac. I finally catch up with them, standing in front of him and to Andrea's left. Don't tell me you're going right back to the company, Pops. I can handle everything for a while. He nods confidently, placing his left hand over the top of the back door as he stands in the doorway. I know you can. Andrea continues to observe him with concern. So, where will you go? I'll spend some time at one of my properties in the countryside. Get some fresh air. He holds her gaze with a more serious expression. Promise that you'll keep in touch with me. I promise. She smiles warmly, placing her left palm against the middle of my back. Good. He glances at me sternly before entering the back of the car. Stay out of trouble. We continue to stand together as the perfect couple, waving at the car until it is no longer in sight. Andrea sighs afterward as she separates herself from me. Our act is over. We can go back to our lives while he's gone. I am speechless by how deadpan her statement is. What's gotten into her? Did I do something wrong? Or has she just grown tired of these false pretenses? My heartbeat increases as I assess the situation further. Is she leaving me? The growing panic in my body causes me to blurt out without thinking. Are we still friends? With benefits? Andrea stares at me intently before speaking as if she can see into my soul. I just need some time away. I'm taking a vacation to have some time to myself, so that means a break from whatever this is. I stand frozen, feeling conflicted but knowing that I have no right to tell her what to do. My hand combs backwards through my hair as I lie, to myself and to her. That's fine. I really don't care what you do.
Chapter 27. Andrea. I'm not running away from my problems. I'm taking the necessary time to heal. This is what I keep telling myself as I sit alone on the sand of one of the most beautiful beaches in Bali, Indonesia. What I was doing before was the equivalent of running. The night I found out about Colin's infidelity, I jumped into Fred's bed. I believed that our arrangement would be a simple one. There are no blurred lines with friends with benefits. We both knew what it was, and yet I still managed to catch feelings anyway. This is the last thing I would have expected after the trauma from my last relationship. I assumed I would be so heavily guarded that another man couldn't infiltrate the Fort Knox that my heart had become. I still can't pinpoint when exactly it happened. Everything was fun and carefree without any expectations until the expectations came. That's it. Putting on the act in front of Oliver is what started to blur the lines. A caressing touch from his masculine hand would make me want to melt into him. It became more than just physical on my end. The depths of my soul started to crave more of him. That's what has brought me here. All my vacations prior to this were with Colin, and there was something deep inside that I had yet to unlock. As I watch the waves calmly meet the shore, I feel like I've finally gone against the grain. Being the only woman at an architecture firm full of men wasn't enough for me to feel fulfilled. I need this moment of tranquility to finally listen to my own voice, not the voice that reminds me what is expected of me. I feel so liberated at this moment, and I'll no longer need a man to validate me moving forward. Hello, pretty lady. A deep, melodic voice pulls me out of my deep thoughts. The beams from the sun cause my eyes to squint as soon as I open them. I place my right hand above my eyebrows as I observe where the voice came from. A tall, handsome man stands in front of me, wearing only a pair of olive green swimming trunks. His toned chest and abs glisten from the humidity, like he's the model in a photo shoot for Sports Illustrated. I apologize. He kneels down in the soft sand beside me, smiling like his day has just been made. You look so peaceful over here, but I would have regretted not saying anything to you. I silently admire his facial features before giving him a response. His eyes are a bluish green, but nowhere near as alluring as Fred's. He has some stubble around his jaw and chin, not as chiseled and smooth like Fred. Damn. What am I doing? I'm not supposed to be thinking about him right now, and it's even worse that I'm comparing this stranger to him. I give him a friendly smile while slightly tilting my head to the right. What's your name? He politely extends his hand outward to me. I'm Jonah. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hi, Jonah. I'm Andrea. I shake his hand, then place my hands into my lap. Are you on a guy's trip or something? No, I'm not. He sits more comfortable with his legs bent like a pretzel. I came alone for a yoga retreat. I'll be certified to teach yoga once I leave here. That's amazing. Where are you from? I turn my body towards him, as though the motion will help me focus on the conversation, on the here and now, instead of thinking about Fred. San Diego. What about you, and what brought you to this paradise? Vegas. I break his gaze to focus on the ocean. I'm healing after a breakup. Congratulations. Jonah speaks sincerely like he actually knows me. I am taken aback by his response, staring at him idly. What? People don't say that enough when someone is no longer in a toxic relationship. He straightens his back and places his hands into his lap. Will you come out with me tonight? Celebratory drink on me. Sure. I feel guilty for entertaining another man, but Fred and I weren't even a real thing anyway. I'm not going to repeat the mistake I made with him. I'm just enjoying my vacation to the fullest. I'll put my number in your phone. He extends his hand out for my phone that peeks out the top of my beach bag. I hand it to him. He adds himself as a contact, then immediately calls himself to have my number. Then he hands me back my phone and stands up confidently. Well, Andrea, I'll see you tonight. See you later, Jonah. I watch him walk away before looking down at my phone to see that I have a missed call from Oliver. I return his call and start to miss him as soon as I hear his voice. How's my favorite lady's trip going? I envision him smiling as the phone is pressed to his face. It's beautiful here. He still sounds full of energy as he asks me question on top of question. It's been 3 days already. When are you coming back? What has you there so long? I briefly pause, using the story Jonah just shared with me to my advantage. I'm here for a yoga retreat. Yoga? The tone of his voice reveals how perplexed he is. Just don't stay gone for too long. I'll check on you tomorrow. Okay, have a good night. I hang up the call with a huge smile on my face. He probably thinks that I'm only keeping in touch with him because of our promise, but I really do value our relationship. Even though I think it's best for me to flush Fred from my system, it's impossible for me to break the old man's heart. If that means I have to create more lies, then so be it. There's no future with Fred when it's an unrequited love. He met me at my most vulnerable time when Colin broke my heart, but somehow this feels even more challenging to recover from. I've given myself to him in a way that I had never done with anyone else before. If it's time for me to move on and cut ties, then why does it feel so wrong to go on this date?
Chapter 28. Fred. I'm not sure why, but this separation feels more like a grieving process than anything. My whole life I had only adapted 2 defense mechanisms to avoid dealing with my own emotions. The abuse I dealt with from my mother pushed me into a state of perpetual numbness. If you asked me how I felt about my traumatic upbringing, I couldn't even tell you because I had taught myself not to feel anything. Once I became an adult, I developed the playful persona that everyone knows and loves. Sometimes I wonder if the Fred Lake that the world sees possesses any authenticity at all. Andrea is the only person who has seen another side of me. I finally felt like I could just exist without wearing a mask. Perhaps it's because I became closer to her while she was extremely vulnerable. Unbeknownst to me, I've mirrored her rawness by being a more authentic version of myself. Even when we agreed to be friends with benefits, I had no idea that just being in her presence was allowing me to evolve in ways I never imagined possible. She has left a mark on me that I can't deny any longer. I like her more than any person I've ever met, and it haunts me every hour of every day since she's been gone. It has been 5 days since she left for her vacation. I feel like a madman who loses his sanity more and more each day. I can't sleep without seeing her face, and when I attempt to go out and distract myself with other women, I fail every time. Why the hell is this happening to me? She hasn't even sent me a message or given me a call to say how her trip is going. I know we didn't have an official relationship, but I thought we were close enough to not go 5 days without communication. I can only blame myself for getting too attached to her while she was keeping me at an arm's length the whole time. I arrive at my office feeling as dead inside as Andrea looked that night outside the hotel. Why would I even make that comparison when she had her heart broken? This situation is nowhere near as life-altering, and yet I'm going through the stages of a breakup. I sink into my leather office chair, checking my phone again with a sudden burst of optimism. Nothing. Should I just reach out to her first? I place my phone against the glass desk, then retrieve my lucky coin from my pocket. Heads means call her. Tails means do nothing. I release a heavy exhale as if this decision carries more weight than I'm willing to accept. As the brass coin projects into the air, it feels like it levitates there for several minutes before coming back down. I catch it within my right hand, then flip it over to the back of my left hand, pausing extensively to prepare myself for the outcome. Greta startles me by entering the room through the cracked door. An important decision, I take it. I swivel around to face her, still covering the coin firmly with my right palm. It's pathetic, right? I still rely on this thing to seal my fate. She holds some documents against her chest, smiling at me without judgment. It's better a coin than some crazy voice in your head. It seems as if I can't rule that out entirely either. I've been carrying on like I'm possessed all week, and I'm sure she has noticed. I thought you were only working a half day in order to celebrate your husband's birthday. I'm about to head out now. I just wanted to inform you that Mr. Richardson needs to push your meeting back an hour. Thanks, Greta. Enjoy the rest of the day. I observe her as she leaves the office and closes the door behind her lightly. The coin on my hand starts to burn as if it's reminding me of its existence. Okay, fine. What's the verdict? When my right hand slowly pulls away and the head side of the coin is revealed, my heart sinks into my chest. How am I supposed to call her? My phone vibrates against the desk, giving me hope once again. I can't help but feel disappointed when I see the name pops illuminated on the screen. What could he possibly want? Fortunately, he hasn't been hounding me about why Andrea has sporadically chosen to take this vacation. Actually, it's very odd that he hasn't brought up the topic at all. I answer the call hesitantly, placing the phone to the right side of my face. Hello? How's it going, grandson? He sounds chipper for a man who is normally hell-bent on doing investigative work. Everything's fine, Pops. Why are you calling? Straight to the point, huh? He chuckles lightly before giving his explanation. I spoke to Andrea last night before I went to bed. It's the best time to call with the time difference. It's great that you've been supportive about the yoga retreat. They've been in touch? My face begins to feel heated as I process this information. Am I jealous because of it? He's just a lucky old geezer. I can only dream of being as fortunate someday. Yeah, I've got a conference call. We'll talk later. I feel guilty for hanging up on the old man, but I'd rather do that than feed him more manipulating lies. I open my MacBook and attempt to focus on some work, but this new development has me feeling even more upset than I was before. My third consecutive scare occurs right after when my office door suddenly swings open. I rise to my feet, finding myself questioning if I've fully lost it while I stare in disbelief as Andrea stands in the doorway. She can't really be here and in Bali at the same time. This is clearly a hallucination. She debunks my theory by walking over to me and grabbing my arms at the biceps. Her expression looks panicked as she looks up at me, incapable of forming words. Andrea, what happened? I become more worried due to her troubling demeanor. She releases her hold on me, then presses her face into my chest as she sobs uncontrollably. What has her so hysterical like this? I begin to fear the worst as I wrap my arms around her, not knowing how to console her in any other way.
Chapter 29. Andrea. I clench onto the soft fabric of Fred's navy-collared shirt, sobbing into it harder than I had cried over Colin. He has his feet firmly planted into the ground, giving him a good amount of resistance against my body weight that crushes into him. I have been keeping something from him from before I left Bali, and it has been eating away at me ever since. As much as I tried to convince myself that I wasn't running away from my problems, running away from the feelings that have been growing for him, I can no longer deny that I have been running indefinitely. And that's why I couldn't go through with that date. What is between Fred and I terrifies me. But I'd rather be here crying into his chest than with some guy in a bar across the world. Fred holds my body upright by placing his hands at the sides of my shoulders and moving me backwards in order to view my face. Andrea, what's wrong? I avoid his gaze for what feels like hours. My endless tears have made my breathing irregular, and I find myself struggling to form my words. The time is now. It's time that I take accountability and tackle the direction my life has taken head on. I gasp for air, trying to steel my nerves as my head remains lowered to the ground. I'm pregnant. Fred breaks my gaze, looking to his right with his jaw dropped. I notice that he has dark circles under his eyes as I observe him for the first time. Why does he look like he hasn't slept in days? Is he having some business stress? I snap out of my own thoughts, becoming increasingly anxious with every second that passes as he stays silent. There is no way for me to anticipate how he will react. We're still new to dealing with each other, and this is a life-changing circumstance that we both never saw coming. The whole point of us being friends with benefits was to just have fun. It served as an escape from the world around us. Well, reality has found us. As if I wasn't struggling enough with how I felt towards Fred, I was expecting my period to come while I was on my trip. When it never came, I just assumed that it was late due to stress. Something was still nagging at me in the back of my mind, and I knew that I wouldn't have peace of mind until things were confirmed one way or another. I took a pregnancy test in Bali, feeling a sense of relief when it came back negative. Then when I noticed that my breasts were fuller and achy, I started to question if I got a false negative. I decided to visit a clinic there that caters to foreigners, taking a blood test that resulted in a positive result for pregnancy. Since I got home, I've taken 2 more over-the-counter ones, both positive as well. He remains frozen, as if he's thinking he must have heard it wrong. His hands release my arms. and he stands up straight, looking at me with disbelief. Are you telling me the truth right now? I wipe my tears with the sleeve of my sweatshirt, feeling even more frustrated that he would doubt my sincerity. Do you really think I would lie about something like this? Do you think I'd enjoy being in this situation? There is an obvious look of regret on his face, but he just runs his hand backwards through his golden blonde, unruly bedroom hair. I'm sure he is in shock right now, but I can't help but feel disappointed. All my negative thoughts of him had dissipated once I started to see other sides to him. He can be compassionate, and the way he cares about his grandfather was one reason I fell for him deeper. But maybe I'm still giving him too much credit because I'm biased. I need to keep in mind that he has always been a playboy. He's a man with money and status who would likely want something like this to disappear. Fred searches my puffy eyes before sighing heavily. I don't know what you expect me to say. I don't know what I was expecting him to say either. I guess I just wanted more than what he's giving me. It doesn't seem to matter that we've gotten to know each other on a deeper level. I'm still the only one emotionally invested, and this is becoming obvious, now more than ever. His indifference seems worse than if he were to get upset about this news. At least I would be getting some kind of a reaction from him. He just stands here lifeless, as if his soul had already left his body before I reappeared in front of him. I roll my lips backwards, chewing nervously and accepting that I'm not going to get anything more out of him. Maybe I shouldn't have come to his office in the first place. It would probably be in his best interest if I don't burden his life like this. There's an innocent child involved now, though. It's not selfish for me to inform their father of their existence. It's the first responsible thing I've done in the past few months, and it's too late for me to take it all back. I just thought you should know. I swallow hard to keep down a second outburst of sobbing. It all aligns with the first time we messed around, but I can see that you'd rather not be bothered by it, so I'll just leave. Fred grabs my hand as I turn to leave the room, glancing down at it as he speaks in a low voice. I'm the father. I turn back to face him, nodding confidently to give him the confirmation that he needs. He continues to study my hand in his grasp as he speaks his thoughts out loud. I honestly don't know what to do. I don't know what to do either. I guess that's why I came here. I breathe a little easier now that he is communicating better. I need to be patient with him. This is just as much of a shock to him as it was to me. He changes the position of his hand as it holds mine, placing his thumb across the bottom of the forefingers as he continues to think. When his eyes finally meet, mine we silently hold our positions, like we're having a staring contest. Then suddenly out of the blue, his smooth, charming voice breaks in. Will you marry me?
Chapter 30. Fred. Andrea's large eyes widen. She assertively pulls her hand away out of my embrace, glaring at me intensely as if I've said the most offensive thing possible to her. She inhales deeply before spewing out her response like venom. No. It's the biggest slap to the face that I've ever experienced. I've never considered marrying a woman until now, but I know that I won't regret my decision if it's her. Does she despise me that much? There is no other logical reason why she would shoot me down like this. As much as my pride is wounded, I can't let this conversation end on this note. I need to know what's going on in her head. Is she simply afraid because she's carrying my child? I can completely understand her hesitancy. I'm not the man with the most reputable history when it comes to relationships, but I'm also not a man who will abandon his responsibilities. She needs to be reassured that this is something we will tackle together, regardless of the faux relationship that we've created to appease my grandfather. I lean my back against the closest wall behind me, placing my hands into my pockets as I inquire further about the shocking response she has given me. What is it that makes you feel so strongly against it? She sniffles loudly, wiping the wetness that remains on her cheeks from crying so much. I can't marry you just because of the child. How am I supposed to respond to this? The only thing I've presented to her prior to this has been a business agreement. She is completely justified to feel like this is merely another transaction. But this is new territory that I'm trekking to. I want to go about things the correct way, but I'm also not equipped to handle these foreign topics of marriage and babies. I really like Andrea. I feel like this pregnancy is not the worst thing that could have happened. What is the correct answer in a situation like this? I speak in the most considerate voice possible, attempting to persuade her with my perspective. The baby needs a solid foundation with both parents, right? This goes beyond our personal thoughts and feelings about marriage. That's easy for you to say, Andrea mumbles under her breath. She turns away from me and begins to pace the floor in front of my desk. Marriage isn't just some piece of paper that you sign. It should only be reserved for mutual love, respect, and deep commitment. We don't have any of those. I feel the muscles of my heart stiffen as her words deliver another harsh blow that I didn't see coming. Is this how she truly feels? I'm not the most affectionate person, but I thought she would feel respected by me at the very least. This is also the first time I've been with only one woman for an extended period of time. Even when she was in Bali, I couldn't bring myself to sleep with another woman. That should count for something, but it seems like her perception of me hasn't improved during the time that she has spent with me. This hurts. I never expected to be this deeply affected by rejection. I had learned through my business endeavors that it's an inevitable part of life. With this being the first time I've opened up to a woman, I'm in the most vulnerable position I've ever been in. A part of me wants to lash out, asking her why all my efforts are being disregarded. I ignore the urge, hold it back. I know it's just my ego in a desperate pursuit to repair itself. Taking any of this personally isn't bringing us any closer to a solution. I sigh deeply, combing my hand backwards through my wild strands of hair. What will we do if my grandfather finds out? He has a way of investigating everything, so it's only a matter of time. The only outcome that he will accept is for us to get married. You know that, right? Andrea stops pacing and silently stands in one spot with her body at an angle to me. She stares at the wall across from her in deep thought, ignoring the question I've asked. Despite my personal feelings of frustration and abandonment, I can't help but be empathetic towards her. If this would have happened with any other woman, I would be reacting completely differently. I separate myself from the wall, taking a few slow steps towards her. Did you just come here to tell me this and leave? You came to me for a reason. You must have felt alone when you found out, but you don't have to navigate this alone anymore. We can't make a decision like this on a whim. She finally breaks her gaze from the wall and looks at me. It's just all too fast. I understand. This concerns me too, Andrea. We can get married for now. Then after the baby is born, you can divorce me if that's what you want. I look into her puffy, amber eyes with sincerity, as if I'm reciting my vows to her. I promise to be faithful to you during our marriage, and I'll be involved in every step of the pregnancy. She appears stunned by my statement, reading my eyes thoroughly without responding. Wouldn't your parents feel more secure knowing that you're being taken care of by your husband? This will reassure them when you visit them soon. Andrea's face grows concerned once I've brought up her parents. I'll think about it. I have to go. She hastily leaves my office without looking back. I feel more exhausted than before as I reach for my phone after sinking into my office chair. I impulsively redial my grandfather's number, feeling strangely eager to share the latest news with him. What's come over me? The suspicion is evident in Oliver's voice as he answers the impromptu call. And what do I owe the courtesy of this call, grandson? Pops, Andrea is pregnant. A smile forms onto my lips as if I've accomplished something he will praise me for. My heart beats faster as I imagine being with Andrea seriously, maybe even married. He forcibly gasps, wasting no time to respond. What? She's pregnant? So, I was right about you two getting married sooner. When's the wedding?
Chapter 31. Andrea. My fingers are quietly drumming on the steering wheel to a pop song. The radio is a good enough distraction, considering how frazzled my brain is. The music is abruptly cut off by the sound of my phone ringing through the speakers. I glance over at the screen and am surprised to see Oliver pop up on the screen. Hello? The questioning tone in my voice is prominent. I hear him clear his throat. When he speaks, his tone is elated. Andrea, congratulations! I check my mirrors before turning down the street to the local Starbucks. What do you mean? I say, parking in front instead of going through the drive-thru. I pull my phone out of the dash compartment and disconnect the Bluetooth. When I put the phone up to my ear, he is talking about wedding plans. I feel a chill run down my spine. Did Fred tell him I said yes? I want to nip this in the bud fast, so I try to politely interrupt the old man. Wait. Start at the beginning. My phone got disconnected, I say, trying to find the easiest excuse to explain my lack of knowledge. I was saying congratulations. The baby, the wedding, it's all so amazing. I feel the blood drain from my face. I know the answer to this already, but I have to ask. How did you know? I want to keep my voice even, but with an undertone of happiness. I can't let on that this is terrible. He's supposed to think I'm in a committed relationship with his grandson. The old man on the other side of the line chuckles when he answers. Freddie told me. I internally groan. Of course he did. I let Oliver get back to describing the wedding we are going to have. What am I supposed to do now? Disappoint the old man? I can't. Especially not when he is in such a vulnerable state. He just left a hospital, for crying out loud. I pull myself back out of my thoughts in time to see my phone is about to die. With a frown, I let Oliver finish his thought. Oliver, I'm really sorry, but I have to go. My phone is going to die. I'll come to visit you soon, though. I tack on at the end. Oliver tuts lightly, as if he had more to say. All right, dear. Take care. I hear the click of the phone, and I slump back in my seat. How could Fred do that? To his grandfather, giving the man false hope before I've even decided if I want to marry him. How irresponsible. I put my thoughts aside and shove my phone into my back pocket. This coffee is overdue. Even more frustrating, I heard that I'm not supposed to have a lot of caffeine during pregnancy, so I have to pick a decaf drink. I grab my purse and get out of the car. Walking into the store, I can't help but think about what Fred and I's wedding would be like. I try to convince myself it's not my fault. Oliver put it into my head. The drive home is uneventful. My decaf macchiato sits in my cup holder as I drive the short distance. I take a few sips now and then, frowning a little that it isn't quite as fulfilling as the real thing. It will have to do, I suppose. By the time I get ready to head back inside, my phone is mostly charged and ringing again. I shuffle my drink and purse into one hand so I can answer the phone while unlocking the door. I'm too distracted to see who the caller is, but their voice is immediately familiar to me. Hey, my brother Simon greets. What's up? I ask, getting worried. He sounds stressed, and it is putting a damper on the little bit of good mood I am trying to muster. You should come home this Saturday. Dad wants to see you as soon as possible. I discard my drink and belongings on the nearby counter and head into my living room. What's going on? Is he okay? I can feel my voice getting higher, and I can't stop my stress from rising with it. There's something funny about the way they keep pushing me to go home. Up until now, rare visits have been plenty for all of us, and they've never forced it this hard. It's not like Vegas to Ohio is cheap or fast. He's sick, Simon spits the words out. Growing up together, I can tell he is having a hard time with this. Dad loved his boys and they loved him back. What could he be sick with? My mind starts to drum up all of the worst possibilities. My father isn't the young, spry man he used to be. My phone feels heavy in my hand now, and I would have rather it died on the spot than have to finish this conversation. My own voice sounds like it is far away to me, like my voice is on autopilot, if such a thing is possible. What does he have? Seaman stays quiet before muttering an illness my head hadn't even thought of yet. Lung cancer. I feel my heart stop. My brain starts to pick up speed, like a train going full speed right into a wall. That's bad. That's really, really bad. He could die. He probably is going to die. My dad and I didn't have the best relationship, but I still love him. I don't know when, but tears start to slip down my cheeks, wetting my top. I stutter out a response, the only one I can come up with, to my brother on the other side of the phone. I'll be home as soon as I can. My brother sighs quietly before saying okay. He hangs up with the same stoic formalities, and I can tell he's trying to stay composed. My hand drops my phone onto the couch. I lay down beside it, feeling my body curl in on itself, and I cry. After a while, my body feels sore. I am fresh out of tears, and the living room seems dark and gray. It is time to get up. I stand and start turning on the lights around the room. Sitting back down on my couch, I grab my phone and call the one person I know will answer immediately. Hello? His voice is calm, maybe almost happy to hear from me. I swallow a sob and shakily speak into the phone, my hand clutching the arm that holds it up to my ear. Fred. I need your help, I say, my voice betraying me. The golden boy's tone turns from sweet to concerned. What's wrong? I'm here for you, Andrea. Anything you need, I'll do it for you. I almost smile. His words are true and touch my heart. Above all, Fred has always been good to me. It's time we meet my family, and I'll think about marrying you.
Chapter 32. Fred. If I wasn't worried about Andrea, I would be over the moon that she will really consider marrying me. I told her that I would be right over so we can talk, so that's where I am heading now. The traffic always feels slower when you're in a rush. My foot taps against the floor of my car as I wait in the usual midday traffic jam. I check all my mirrors over and over again as if that's going to make the cars move faster. Eventually, I get to Andrea's. I see her car in the driveway and I park next to it before hastily getting out. She opens the door and I can see by her puffy eyes that she's been crying. I close the distance quickly and we hug. The muffled sniffles in my shoulder break my heart. Whatever it is that's gotten her so perturbed, I want to fix it. With a gentle hand rubbing up and down her back, I speak quietly. Should we go inside? Andrea nods before withdrawing from our hug. I notice she doesn't let go of me completely, and her small hand intertwines itself with mine. I let her lead me inside the living room. The door swings shut behind us with a soft click from my push. When we sit down on the couch, she doesn't look at me. She just stares at our hands, her fingers absent-mindedly moving in a rhythm. Andrea, what's wrong? I break the silence with my question, and I watch as she takes a deep breath before looking up at me. The bubbly woman I went to the amusement park with isn't here. My dad is sick. Her voice sounds deeply sad, a sadness I can't even fully understand. But I want to sympathize, and I want to make her feel better. Is that why you want to go meet them? I ask, and she nods. I've already made up my mind by the time I speak again. We'll go tonight. I watch as her eyebrows furrow slightly. Really? She asks, her tone withdrawn like she doesn't believe me. I nod and check my watch. How fast can you get ready? By late evening, we are already passing the border into her hometown. The flight and rental car were arranged quickly, but even I am shocked to see we have made it here so fast. When I glance over at Andrea, I can tell her thoughts match mine. Her town is nice, not the hustle and bustle of Vegas. The suburb her family home is in looks like a classic white picket fence lifestyle. She points out her old schools and even the houses of a few childhood friends. I could tell that Andrea seems less distraught the closer we get to her town. Being here, her sadness is replaced with what I imagine is the usual stress of seeing your parents again after a long time. A small pit of anxiety even sits deep in my own stomach. I'm not overly worried, though. I usually do great meeting older folks. I am definitely confident, reassuring myself that most people like me. We finally pull up to her house, and there are several cars parked in the driveway. I find a snug spot off to the side and smoothly park in it. Getting out, I see an older woman at the door. She smiles warmly at Andrea but regards me with a confused look that turns into a warm smile after a moment. Andrea whips out of the car quickly and walks over to who I assume is her mom. I watch them embrace, and I slowly walk up after them. A few younger men show up by the door, and my confidence falters fast. The men all look strict. Their faces are serious, stone-set, and they only lighten up slightly at the sight of Andrea. I see the eyes of what must be her brothers looking over me like I'm fresh meat, and also like I shouldn't be here. Their stoic expression cracks slightly as one by one they hold out their hands to shake. The air in the hallway is thick. I'm sure they were all expecting me to be Andrea's ex. Even the way that they say my name seems surprising. We walk into the main dining room where Andrea's dad is seated. He stands with a cough, and Andrea is quick to walk over and greet her father. "Dad, I came as soon as I heard. This is Frederick. Fred, this is my dad, Andrew." Andrea's dad looks me over. I try to flash a confident smile, but his expression stays straight, almost angry. "What happened to Colin?" he says, side-hugging his daughter while still looking at me. Andrea stiffens in his grasp before backing up to me and grasping my hand. "Colin and I broke up," she says, squeezing my hand for her own reassurance. I squeeze it back just as Andrea's mom comes out of the kitchen. "Actually, dinner's ready," she calls, bringing platters of food over to the table. Andrea leaves my side to help her, her announcement gone, and all of the brothers sit down by their dad. I slip into the kitchen to help carry stuff out. As everyone begins to find their place, I take the seat in between Andrea and her brother, Simon. Dinner is quiet, and Andrew directs most of his conversation toward her brother. He makes a few jabs at Andrea, and I see her tense out of the corner of my eye. "Andrea, how's work been?" her mom asks, and Andrea smiles lightly. "It's been good. I've taken some time off to work on myself, though." She pushes a piece of salad with her fork, and Andrew scoffs from the other end of the table. "You're a home decorator. What do you need to take time off for?" he prods, and Andrea frowns deeply. "I'm not a home decorator. I'm an architect." She sounds sad but also defensive. I can almost feel the tension rising. "And yet you're not doing any of that, are you? Just decorating living rooms for old ladies. Not like your brother, who saves lives." I stifle my jaw drop. How could he talk to her like that? I can see Andrea white-knuckling her fork, and she opens her mouth before roughly standing. She swallows thickly and walks out of the room. After a moment, I follow her. I find Andrea waiting outside. I frown at the sight of her sitting on the steps of their deck, her head in her hands. I sit down beside her. "How can I make you feel better?"
Chapter 33. Andrea. How can I make you feel better? Fred really is a truly kind man. My frustration with my father takes a break as Fred sits down next to me. He carefully slings his arm over my shoulders, and I find myself leaning into his side. My head rests on the crook of his arm, and I close my eyes. "I'm sorry. You shouldn't have had to see that." I feel the tears well back up in my eyes. Fred's hand slowly drags up and down my arm in a soothing way. "It's not your fault. I'm glad to be here for you." His charming voice is low, and he almost cradles me in his arms. I let myself relish this moment before I move to sit back up. I guess I should probably explain some things. I look up at Fred, and he gazes down at me like I'm the only one in the world. "You don't have to explain anything you're not ready to." His words are firm. I nod and swallow thickly. I want him to understand me. I really want to open up to him because I trust him. You've met my family and seen how they all interact with each other. There's a reason I'm obviously close with my mom. I start, trying to find confidence in my voice. Every time I look up at Fred, he's staring down at me with those Arctic blue eyes. In the silence of the backyard, I continue. I was the youngest of my siblings, and the only girl in the family besides my mom. On TV, you might imagine that meant I would be treated with special care and loved, but it did the opposite. I let out a sigh. My dad was always so hard on me, and I knew he hated the fact I was a girl. The tears in my eyes are brimming, and I can feel my voice shake as I push forwards. I want to get it all out. My mom never did anything to stop him. She just watched in silence as he played favorites. I feel a few tears escape, but they only get halfway down my cheek before Fred's thumb catches and brushes them away. I didn't even think about how hard it would be coming back here. Not until we got close enough it was too late. I normally avoid visits home because of this, but the thought of him being sick pushed it out of my head. I just wanted to be here. I let out a strangled, pitiful laugh. Fred smiles softly and kisses my forehead. Andrea, I know it's hard to be here. I'm sorry about what your father did to you in the past. You're doing the right thing by being here. He speaks in his usual matter-of-fact voice, and I know he is right. My parents don't make it easy, but I need to be here anyway. I don't want to lose him, but I feel like I can't forgive him. The words spill out of my mouth before I can catch myself, and I feel my lip quiver. Fred smooths the pad of his thumb over my bottom lip, and it does a lot to soothe my sadness. I don't know what I would do if he wasn't here. You need to talk to him. You shouldn't carry this with you, he says, and I bite the inside of my lip. Talking to my dad has always been hard. Even if it was something as simple as a school assignment I needed help with. But of course, I know I will have to do this. I will, and maybe when I do, I can soften the blow with this. I smooth my hand over my stomach. In the back of my mind, the thought of all this stress not being good for the baby is already prodding its way to center stage. Fred puts his hand over mine, and I feel warm inside. This feels right, like we are supposed to be here, together. My mind teeters closer and closer to giving in and marrying him. If this is the Fred I'd be with, then it will make it all worth it. I know he's going to be a great dad to our child. I just don't know if I am ready to commit to someone I've only known for a short while. I'm worried to think he's picking me for the baby, not love. The idea breaks my heart, especially because my own feelings for him have become impossible to ignore. It does feel like it's been forever, though. As the night air stays still, we just sit there quietly. Fred never stops his comforting rubs, and he only moves his hand away from my stomach when I do first. Everything has felt like such a tumble since we first met. Our intense flirting at the very beginning, which dissolved quickly into annoyance and pushing each other away. That night at the fundraiser, when I assured him I'd never be interested, feels like over a year ago. It was actually just a few short weeks. Fred breaks our comfortable silence by slowly pulling his arms away from me. Immediately, the flooding warmth in my side is replaced by the chilly night air. I look over at him and he's standing. Maybe he wants to go back inside. I watch him do a few stretches, and I lean back against the support beam of the deck. He holds his hand out for me, and I raise my eyebrow in curiosity. "What are you doing?" I question, and he shrugs. "Want to show me more of your backyard?" I purse my lips, knowing he is trying to get my mind off of the heavy subject we were just talking about. I have to admire his commitment. I take his hand and stand up happily with his tug. He leads me over the soft grass, and internally, I thank myself for not wearing heels. We stand in the middle of my childhood backyard, and he gestures for me to start talking. "Well, that's our old soccer nets. My dad was really into sports, and so were all of us because of it. I turn and point to a spot by the deck. There used to be a pool there, but it was taken out after we all went off to college. I guess they only kept it around as a fun form of exercise. I try not to roll my eyes, but I can imagine that's exactly why my dad wanted it in there. To practice. To be strong. The back is where we used to keep all the toys, in that little plastic shed. We had to clean up as soon as we were done playing, and anything left out would get ruined by the lawnmower. I have a lot of fond memories of the backyard, but they all feel overshadowed by my dad's rough personality. Life was always such a constant struggle to appease him, to be considered good enough, which in itself was something of a snipe hunt. Nothing ever was quite good enough, at least nothing I did. I don't want to raise our kid like that. I feel Fred take both my hands, and I look up at him as he smiles. We can raise them however we want.
Chapter 34. Fred. I don't know if I can tell my dad about this baby, Andrea admits. I will not be seen as weak. Her parents and their relationship really shaped her into the strong and independent woman she is. She seems so happy and so confident on the outside, but deep down she is a trembling child. I know a thing or two about that. I know the feeling of not being good enough, being shoved away, with expectations to which I couldn't possibly rise. I know what I must seem to her. She couldn't possibly see me as anything else. No one could possibly know what my early years held, and the damage it has done to me. I never let them. Believe it or not, I get where you are coming from. I wouldn't be where I am today without appearances. I snicker casually. Her frown indicates that the comment didn't quite land the way I wanted. I run my fingers through my hair and try again. Look, Andrea, I get it. My life may seem like roses and silver spoons, but that's not where I come from. I know what people think, what they say. Fred, the golden boy who had it all handed to him on a silver platter. Appearances can be deceiving on both sides of the equation. Her face softens, so I continue. My mother was from a serious royal family. She was a countess, an heiress. She gave up all her ties to her family, all the wealth and notoriety for my father. I am their only legitimate son. My father was... well, he brought home many different women. He fathered many children, and he treated my mother like a commoner. She turned all her disappointment and depression into fits of rage and hysteria, all of it directed at me. She regretted my very existence. We had settled on the old swing outside. Andrea had told me that she spent a lot of time on this swing as a kid. I find myself wondering if some of her own hurts were outed to the universe on this swing. I can't meet her eyes, or I am sure pools of pity and intrigue are pooled. She is very close to me now, and I can tell that there is some tension about whether to attempt physical connection. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding and continue. Honestly, my childhood was spent paying for my father's crimes, until Pops pulled me out of there. Truly, I owe the man my life. Even still, I just want to be happy, so that's what I chase. I guess I became more like my dad than I wanted. Fred, you are not like your father. You didn't take a beautiful thing and taint it with selfishness. You mess around, sure, but you found out about this baby and immediately sought to make it right. That counts for a lot more than you are giving yourself credit for. Her big doe eyes are full of deep emotion, and her lips are pulled into a serious pout as she tries to will me to see things from her eyes. My heart is just about split in half at the realization that I have been just as irresponsible with my relationships, that I could have possibly done to Andrea what my father did to my mother. Fred, you said you want to be happy. What is it that makes you happy? Her question snaps me out of my guilt. What does make me happy? I mostly want to be left alone. I used to play golf with my grandfather a lot. Not sure if that made me happy or not. I used to take a lot of walks on my own. There are loads of hiking spots just outside of Vegas. As sincere as my words are, Andrea busts into hysterical laughter. You like to hike? Really? Lifestyles of the rich and the famous hoofing it up a mountain? My cheeks heat for a moment, and then I shrug. The seriousness of my response apparently dampens her raging laughter, and her breath catches. I'm sorry. I just never pegged you for the outdoorsy sort. I had to get this terrific tan and physique from somewhere, I comment with a wink. She takes that as license to burst into more giggles, and I continue. There were actually several cool spots to check out. There's a mountain path on the way out of the city that is chock full of little mysteries. There was an old zoo there that closed in the 60s, and it's now a hiking trail. Definitely a different feeling than just any old mountain. Down near Columbus, there was a really cute trail that I used to visit with my brothers. There was a gorgeous waterfall, and some arts association had set up these river boxes as, like, a sort of scavenger hunt. That was fun. When I got to be a little older, my brothers and I would all split up and see who could find the most. That sounds like fun. If you like waterfalls, there are a couple of nice ones near where I grew up. A lot of our hiking trails were used as movie sets, too. There's lifestyles of the rich and the famous again. She winks. God, that is the cutest thing. And you, Ohio girl? What would a young lady like yourself get into back home? Oh, there isn't much. We're known for roller coasters, corn farming, and the Wright brothers. Really nothing worth claiming. I spent most of my days running around with or behind my brothers, trying to prove I was one of the guys. She laughs. So that's where that first date came from. I pale slightly at the thought of all the coasters I endured for her. Ride after ride after ride, until I was leaning over the nasty trash can. But I made it through. I did it for her. I grabbed her out from in front of a vehicle. I decked a bunch of dudes at the bar. I am here in Ohio now, for her. I'm starting to see where Bruce, Jeff, and Christoph are coming from. I must protect her. I must take care of her. I asked her to marry me, not for her, but for me. Now I just need to make her see that. I lifted my gaze to meet the most gorgeous eyes I have ever seen. Andrea. Before she can react, I pull her in for a deep, emotional kiss. My hand entwines in her hair, pressing her in as close to me as possible. My breath catches in my chest when I hear another voice. Andrea?
Chapter 35. Andrea. I break the kiss to see my dad standing there. What does he want now? Slightly embarrassed and seriously agitated, I straighten myself away from Fred to give my father my attention. Can I see you in my study? He immediately turns on his heel and walks back inside. I share a glance with Fred before we stand and smooth our clothing. Not sure if I should be frustrated or confused. I begin pondering everything that my dad might have to say. Fred, sensing my internal struggle, offers me a hand. We walk silently back into the house. I give Fred's hand a little squeeze, take a deep breath, and walk into the study alone. I open my mouth to speak when my dad's voice fills the room. Andrea, I am sorry. I feel like I was just slapped in the face with a tuna fish. What is happening? My father sees the confusion spread across my face and continues. For years, we have not seen eye to eye, and I take the blame for this. I know that I have pushed you for a long time to be strong and tough like your brothers, and it was wrong. I should have seen a long time ago that this was not the way to go about things. I just wanted you to be able to protect yourself. You are my little girl, and I love you so much. I have struggled to be able to show you because I was afraid it would make me look weak, and by extension, cause weakness in you. I am so tremendously sorry it has taken this long. You should know I am so proud of you, sweetheart. My hand flies to my mouth as I start to blink back tears. This is like something out of a dream. Can this really be happening right now? His eyes speak volumes as the weight of so many years slowly lifts from me. You have accomplished so much, and I am so floored by the tremendous woman you have become. You have outshined my every expectation, Drea. The tears forming in my dad's eyes moves me so deeply, Oh, Dad, it means so much for you to say that. He comes closer, offering me his open arms. I close the gap, trying to remember the last time that I hugged my father. Even after all the hurt and time, this embrace feels like I am his little girl again. When the hug ends, I feel sad that the heat is gone. So tell me about what's going on with you, Dad. How long have you been feeling sick? When did you find out? Simon said it's lung cancer. Why didn't I know about this sooner? Drea, take a breath. I only just started the screenings. The tests came back and the masses are small. I still have time and plenty of fight left in me. He winks. All I need now is to see my children happy, which is why I wanted you to come. Well, Dad, you have another reason to fight now. I have some news. Brace yourself. This is going to be unexpected. Andrew Hoffman, you're going to be a grandpa. It's Dad's turn to be reeling in shock. I turn and open the door to the study so Fred can join us. I just found out and I wasn't sure how or if to tell you. I wasn't sure how you would feel about it, and I really wanted this to be a happy moment. I begin to brace for the impact of a potential fight. Things are going too well. The cloud of shock wears off as my dad rushes to embrace me once more. Of course, this is a happy moment. I can't believe it. I am going to be a grandpa. He kisses my forehead and gives me a squeeze, like the kind you get from a friend you have been missing. Fred finally walks into the room, closing the door behind him. Mr. Hoffman, I would like to formally ask you for your daughter's hand in marriage. He must be nervous, but he doesn't show it. Of course, Fred never shows it. I smile at Fred and turn back to Dad. My dad, however, is sizing Fred up. Are you marrying him because you want to or because of the child? Fred and I exchange a quick glance before my dad can continue. Andrea, there's no reason to get married just because you're pregnant. Do you really want to marry this young man? My words are caught in my throat. Do I? I have already told Fred no so vehemently. I have already said never in my life. But that was then. Nothing feels the same as it did then. My head whips back around to Fred. After that long, emotional, deep conversation, have we become closer? Have we come to some level of feelings that we haven't expressed? I search his eyes with intent, and I can see all the emotions that are unsaid. Are his feelings true? Does he really love me? My gut is saying to go for it. I reach out for his hands, which he quickly and willingly takes, eyes only on me. He lifts my hands to his face and kisses my knuckles. My heart races. I feel like the stars have aligned over this moment. As a grin spreads across my face, Fred's eyes begin to dance as if they are smiling as well, and my decision is made. Yes, I really do. I'm willing to give this a chance. In fact, we're already engaged, but Fred wanted to do it properly, so I didn't tell you before he could ask. Fred's smile breaks out of his shell, and he pulls me into his arms. After squishing my body to him, I giggle as he lands a chaste kiss on my lips. He releases me and extends a hand to shake my father's hand. Dad makes all the usual threats a father-in-law should, and Fred takes them in stride. Fred promises to care for me and provide me a life worth living. He swears his life over the baby in my womb. I am on cloud 9. This must be love. I finally get the love and happiness I have always wanted.
Chapter 36. Fred. The brothers really put me through the ringer. Obviously, they are the protective types and unsure about this new man in their baby sister's life. It has become a game of what all they can make me endure. David, while the closest in age to his sister, still behaves like a juiced-up teenager, daring me to do crazy things like jump off the roof. Fun, but absurd. Asher is a fireman, which I couldn't help but think was fitting with the way they were all raised. He spends most of the day on the phone with his girl, which could be the reason he leaves me mostly alone. He still looks at me like a dirty piece of meat, especially when I am with Andrea. When Andrea saunters over and sits on my lap, I can feel the heat of his eyes on us. Race works construction, so he is about as lewd as they come, asking all sorts of inappropriate questions. Like, why would you want to know what your baby sister is up to? Just gross, man. Andrea seems to be very close with him, like they were best friends growing up. She tells me that Race was the one she would confide in when she was feeling like things were hopeless. I know which brother will be the hardest to win over. Simon steers clear of me for the most part, giving me side-eye whenever we pass by. You can tell he cares very deeply about what happens to his sister, and I can respect that wholly and thoroughly. He really ruffles Andrea's feathers, and I'm not sure how to play this as the new fiancé. After a day and a half of appeasing their every whim and treating their sister like a lady, they seem to be coming around. I get the vibe that this Colin character was quite the creep, and that the boys think Andrea is in much better hands now. I don't want to pat myself on the back, but I am feeling pretty good about that. Andrew is even coming around to the idea of having me as a member of the family. Dinner is now cordial. There is no yelling. Andrea seems to be comfortable, and there is nothing but jokes and jabs and talks of the new baby. The boys all argue over who gets to teach him what, because of course they all think it'll be a boy. Heaven help them if it's a girl. After dinner, Andrea leads me outside. Given our previous night enjoying the evening air, I'm happy to accompany her again. Where are you taking me? I have a secret hideout. You would share your secret hideout with me? I've already shared everything else with you. Fair point. She leads me to the edge of some trees where a rope ladder is hanging down. She shimmies up the ladder before I even process what's happened. I climb up after her. I am amazed at how difficult climbing a hanging rope ladder is. How does she make it look so easy? Once I reach the actual treehouse, I am floored. Everything is so pristine. When you think of a treehouse, you think of a shack up in the tree with some dishcloths for curtains. This is like a tiny home. The patio is expertly shaped around the branches in the trees. The walls of the house are solid and straight. The door has a window and a door knocker. Andrea pops her head out of the little door, eyes shining like she is a little girl again. I have to duck down low as she yanks me through. The inside is just as carefully built. Tiny table with tiny chairs. A tiny counter with a sink basin and faucet, all carved carefully. We settle in the corner on the floor as I take in the craftsmanship. I designed this. I built it myself. All I can do is stare at her. She made this. All I ever wanted to do was create something beautiful. Every kid wants a treehouse, so I started there. I drew out the plans. I built the rough beginnings. I improved it and improved it and improved it again. This was my labor of love, my cherished project. I take another sweeping gaze about the room, although the dim light is making it harder and harder to see. This woman, how could she ever believe she is anything less than magnificent? This is what inspired me to become an architect. I watch her as she scans over her impressive work. I see her passion, her inspiration. I am so in love with this woman. I reach for her hand and place it on my cheek. As if this act broke her concentration, she turns her full attention to me. She raises her lips to mine in a soft kiss. I pull her into my lap, and the kiss deepens. My hand behind her head, my fingers wrapped in her short hair. I lose myself in her. Her tongue loosens my lips and reaches out for its lover. Her hands encircle my neck, and she shifts from a side saddle position to straddle me. My other hand finds it way down her body to cup her ass, pulling her in even closer. This elicits a tiny moan from her throat. Oh, that makes me weak. My body responds to her as she continues to attack my tongue, her hands finding their way into my hair. A gentle tug at the base of my neck causes the telltale ache in my balls, But this is not that kind of party. This is intimate, a look into her mind, into her past, and how it shaped her future. This is an exploration of this woman who I am learning more about every day. The woman I am falling deeper and deeper in love with. The woman I want to marry. The woman I need to marry. The woman I love. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 37. Andrea. Since that night in the treehouse, I have wanted desperately to share my feelings with Fred, but words cannot describe the fear I have of doing so. What if he doesn't feel the same? I have been let down. I have been shot down. I have been stomped on. All because I wasn't enough. Maybe that was in my head all these years, but I am terrified to dive into that possibility. My insecurities have always gotten the best of me. I can't look at my treehouse and see anything but child's play. My life didn't seem to amount to much. My dad didn't help or encourage me. I was surprised he showed up for my college graduation. He still doesn't really respect my career, but he has promised to try. For me, for the baby, for himself, who knows? Meanwhile, Fred has been there for me. Supportive, helpful, kind. He has given me all the reasons to trust in him. I don't really know what to do with that kind of appreciation. Is it love? Is that what love feels like? We have returned home and gotten settled back in at his place. When I come out of the shower, he is lying there naked on the bed. What a perfect specimen of male beauty. I am reminded of my first impression of him, and I am revisiting the desire to take a bite out of him. I wonder where my luck started to turn. I wonder what I did right to wind up here with this man at this moment. I thank my lucky stars that I can feel this right now with him. All I can think about is how I want this moment to last forever. What is he thinking about? Me? Marrying me for convenience? Or is it more than that? Could he possibly love me? Is that too much to ask? Mom always told me not to ask questions you don't want to hear the answer to. These are questions I would never ask. I take a deep breath and decide to take this into my own hands. I take a step forward and drop my towel. Fred looks up to see me there, bearing it all. His ice blue eyes are smiling. If I can't tell him how I feel, I sure as hell can show him. Sorry for the interruption. This scene is a little too passionate for YouTube. You can access the full unabridged version over on TylaWalker.com with the discount code SAVE40. Thank you for listening to Dirty AF.
Chapter 38. Fred. Andrea is silent during most of our journey back home from Ohio. It's evident that she is still exhausted from revealing everything to her parents, although everything turned out well. I can only imagine how the pregnancy symptoms are adding on to her fatigue. My focus now is ensuring that I'm doing everything to make her as comfortable as possible. I can breathe easier now that she has agreed to move forward with the marriage. The next major challenge is coming clean to Bruce and Jennifer. I anticipate Bruce being upset, and I'm sure Jennifer won't be too thrilled either. It's his reaction to the news that I can't quite gauge. He could give me a threatening lecture, or he could punch my face with his fists until I become unrecognizable. My hope is that he'll show some compassion since I will be becoming a father. That's something he has experience with firsthand. In an ironic way, the baby is actually saving my life because Bruce won't kill me off and leave Andrea to fend for herself as a single mother. I glance over at Andrea knocked out in the passenger seat when I parked the Ferrari in front of my condominium building. She slept on the plane ride and has peacefully rested her head against the passenger door throughout our drive from the airport. Watching her rest serenely brings me so much comfort that I never expected to feel. I stealthily exit the car to avoid waking her, then pace around the front of the car to arrive at the other side. I'm extra cautious when opening the door, having my left hand ready to cup her head as her body leans into me. My knees bend, my left arm wraps around the middle of her back, and my right arm scoops beneath her thighs. Her head rests comfortably against my chest as I slowly rise with her in my arms, realizing that I'm carrying my entire world from the car into the tall building. I meant everything that I said to her in my office. She has my unwavering loyalty, and this baby won't want for anything. I just need to gain her trust by making my actions match my words. Andrea sleeps through the elevator ride but starts to wake up as we finally enter the penthouse. She looks around sleepily while I carry her to gather her bearings. "We're here already?" Her voice is so feathery that it causes my heart to skip a beat. "Yes," I reply in a low voice as I enter the bedroom with her. "You can go back to sleep. I'll take care of everything." I gently place her on the large bed, then stand next to her in case she has any requests. She places her palms against the satin sheets as she raises herself to a seated position. A smile forms onto her full lips as she admires me to her left. "I didn't get a chance to tell you how great you were back there." I smile instantly from her acknowledgement like a child who received the highest recognition from his parents. I was nervous at first, but I knew that everything would work out. "Yeah." She breaks my gaze to look straight ahead and replay the events of our visit in her mind. "I was surprised how quickly you bonded with all the guys." I release a sigh, tackling the thought that has been weighing on my mind since we left. We should invite Bruce and Jennifer over tomorrow and give them the news before they hear it anywhere else. Andrea rolls her lips back, expressing her nervousness in her usual habit. We're as good as dead. The next afternoon, I have caterers prepare a variety of food and place everything attractively along the long kitchen island. I set out champagne in case the couple feels like celebrating, and several liquors in case our reveal drives them to drink. Andrea enters the living space from the bedroom, looking beautiful in her matching gray sweatpants and hoodie. Why does this feel more like an execution than anything? My heart jumps when the doorbell rings. I walk over to the touchscreen monitor and accept the request, then look at her with a comforting smile. They'll take it well. The Fordingtons enter with friendly but suspicious expressions. The ladies immediately hug, and Bruce approaches me to greet me with our usual brotherly embrace. Bruce slides over to take Andrea into his arms like a bear holding their cub. I make a gesture towards the kitchen after giving Jennifer a hug. I hope you guys are hungry. We make small talk while fixing our plates, then take our seats at the dining room table. Jennifer takes a long sip from her water glass, then suspiciously glances across the table from Andrea to me, and then back again. The suspense is killing us. What's this random lunch about? Andrea and I look at each other, non-verbally deciding who will take the floor. We must both be thinking how she would be the safer choice because she doesn't hesitate to address the elephant in the room. We're getting married and I'm pregnant. There is a huge clanking sound when Bruce drops his fork against his glass plate. He looks like he stopped breathing as he glares at me. Jennifer pauses with her mouth agape, then finally forms words. I don't understand. Her expression shifts to disappointment as her gaze fixes onto Andrea. How could you hide this from us? That wasn't our intention at all. Andrea's voice cracks as she pleads our case. I immediately come to her aid. It has all happened so quickly. I don't believe you. Bruce crosses his large python arms over his chest, then looks at Andrea. Don't marry him if you're only doing this for the baby. Andrea doesn't hesitate. I want to marry him. I admire how quickly she responds to him, wondering if she could possibly like me as much as I like her. Does she return my growing fondness? It terrifies me to express my feelings, but I'm planning on making a grand confession about my very real love for her soon. I want her to feel confident about us moving forward. I want her to understand, more than anyone, I'm not marrying her for the baby. Everyone else seems to assume so, and I need to make that evident. We have a right to be skeptical, but we're happy for you. Jennifer glances at Bruce before addressing a serious concern. Have you considered the Inferno tradition? I have an idea, but I'm scared because I'm pregnant. What if I can't pass? I place my hand over hers on her lap. It's going to be okay. Shortly afterwards, I pull Bruce to the side, telling him in secret that I plan to take the punishment. Bruce exhales deeply, placing his hands into his pockets as he looks at me with serious eyes. You know I've been there, but I don't advise it. Things will be different this time, Fred.
Chapter 39. Andrea. After spending so much time with Fred, my place feels strangely empty without him. All this space suddenly gives me time to think, and the only thing that fills my mind is the growing awareness of how I feel for him. It's like a fire that's burning in me, threatening to consume me if I don't say something. My phone catches my eye from across the room, and I have the sudden urge to call him. Once the idea gets in my head, I can't get it out. With butterflies in my stomach, I scramble across my bedroom, determined to finally tell Fred how I feel. My heart pounds in my chest like I'm a giddy teenager as I press the call button under his name. But there's nothing on the other end. No warm Fred voice, no sound at all except the endless ringing. I try again, a little crestfallen, but still unshaken in my resolve to confess how I can't get him out of my mind. But again, nothing. After trying twice more, my girlish excitement shifts into dread. Something feels wrong about this, and I call the only other person I think might be able to help. Jennifer answers chirpily, but turns serious as soon as I tell her what's going on. Hold on, I'll call Bruce. It doesn't take long before she calls me back, but it's not what I want to hear. I can't reach Bruce either, but I think I know what's going on. The way she says it sends a chill down my spine. I'm coming to get you. 20 minutes later, we roll up at Inferno. Jennifer was unusually tight-lipped on the drive over, but at the door she turns to me. Try not to freak out, okay? She says brusquely before ushering me inside. I don't like the sound of that, but she resists when I try to question her further. I'm just going to have to walk into whatever this is and hope for the best. Jennifer leads me to a door I've never noticed before, and we get into a small private elevator. I feel the box lurch downwards. I didn't even know Inferno had a basement, but as we keep traveling, I get the feeling there's much more to this place than I thought. The doors open into an opulent ballroom, dimly lit and trimmed with luxurious red velvet. The whole place is enormous, so big it makes me think it might even extend past the limits of the above-ground club. I'm in absolute awe, but my worry is gnawing away at my brain. I turn to Jennifer, anxious to find Fred, my eyes pleading for her help. She pulls me into a corridor behind one of the heavy velvet drapes, and I find myself in a maze of rooms. Most are dimly lit or dark. Without any natural light to guide us, we're at the mercy of the low lights that line the hallway ceiling. Every room we pass, Jennifer opens the door. Soon I start to do the same, hoping that behind one of them I'll find Fred, talking and laughing, sharing a drink with friends, but each one is empty. As we near the end of the hallway, I'm afraid we'll find nothing more in the last few rooms, But finally, Jennifer opens a door and stops. Inside, Bruce, Creed, and a few others are crowded around a series of screens. It's some kind of monitoring room, each screen linked to a security camera from around the premises. They look up at us. They must have seen us coming. But there's still a tension in the air. No one says a word, but their faces scream discomfort, even guilt. I step inside and try to figure out what they're looking at. There's not a hint of movement on any of the screens, but I notice they have their eyes trained on a central monitor. I can't understand why, though. The screen is pitch black. I try to break the awkward silence with a poor attempt at humor. So, do you all just come here to stare at empty hallways? That one's not even working. I point to the black screen and let out a forced laugh, but no one joins in. Instead, they shift uncomfortably, avoiding my eyes. I don't like the atmosphere in this room, and I'm starting to get a bad feeling about that black screen. I lean closer, trying to figure out what they're seeing. Slowly, my eyes adjust to the dark. I can now make out a patch of gray in the corner of the screen. For a second, my mind puzzles over what it could be. Then it moves. Suddenly, it clicks, and I realize it's a person, huddled in the corner of a dark room like a scared child. "What is that?" My quavering voice cuts through the silence. Not a soul answers. It's as though every person in this room is holding their breath. "Who is that?" I feel my whole body shaking. My voice raised to a shrill cry as the dreaded answer works its way into my conscious mind. They still won't answer me. "Bruce? Where is he?" I'm on the verge of yelling now, and it breaks through the stillness and silence. He finally looks into my eyes, but his face is solemn, unspeaking, closed. Behind him, Creed steps forward. His hand outstretched, I spy something silver dangling from his fingers. "End of the hall," he says, with a hint of sadness in his voice. I grab the key and run. With shaking hands, I turn the lock and burst into the blackened room. For a moment, I can't see him, but then I hear it. A soft sobbing emanating from the far corner, drawing me closer. All my panic turns to compassion. I lay a soft hand on his shaking form, tears welling up in my own eyes as I do. How could they do this to him? I hold him close, wrapping him in my warmth, my love, my light, willing him to feel safe at last. He looks up after a moment. By the dim light of the hall, I see his cheeks are streaked with tears, his eyes raw from crying. Through his tears, his face turns to surprise. "Andrea, they shouldn't have done this to you." "No, you don't understand. It's tradition." I feel a swell of anger cut through the softness of this moment. "Fred, look at you. They have no right to do this. I don't give a damn if it's tradition." He smiles softly, unperturbed by my outburst. "Andrea, I thought this was my greatest fear, but there are worse things than the dark. I'm far more afraid of losing you." In the dark, he can't see my face, but I hope he feels every ounce of love that's rushing through me as I bring my lips to his.
Chapter 40. Fred. Andrea walks me down the long corridor with her arm wrapped around my lower back, as if I've obtained a physical injury in that tiny room. I smile widely as I look down at her, admiring how heroic she appears in this moment. "I can walk on my own, you know." She focuses her attention ahead seriously, like she's a firefighter saving me from a burning building. "I'm never leaving you alone like that again." She remains shaken up from what I've just endured, as if she went through it firsthand. Does she care about me that much? I was not expecting her to become so emotional about it. As far as she's concerned, I'm just the man who ended up fathering her child. The more I think about the path that we're taking, the more I recognize that she has been right all along. The ideal outcome would be marrying for love. I know how I feel about her, but is it too much to hope for her to feel the same? We stop in our tracks when Bruce and Jennifer turn the corner quickly, making their way over to us with concerned expressions on their faces. Jennifer immediately consoles Andrea by hugging her, and Bruce stands in front of me with his hands in his pockets. His large frame blocks most of the light in the dimly lit hallway. He takes a few steady steps towards me, then firmly places his left hand onto my shoulder. "It's over now. You won't have to experience that again." I give him a respectful nod, knowing that this is the equivalent of him being empathetic. He must have felt helpless as he just observed the scene from the main room. Nobody wants to witness their friend in distress, regardless of tradition or not. It brings me back to being forced to take part in this activity so many times before. This was my first time, my only time, on this side of the initiation. We all carry out this tradition created by some mystery person for the sake of what we consider brotherhood. Is it really worth it in the end? Jennifer takes a step back, studying us both before speaking. "Can we give you a ride home? I don't feel comfortable with either of you driving right now." "We'll be fine." I meet Andrea's gaze as she stands closely to my left. "We'll calm ourselves down here first, then we'll be on our way." Bruce releases his clenched hand from my shoulder. Stepping back to join his wife, he maintains his usual tense posture. "Call me if you need anything." "Okay." I take Andrea's hand into mine, then gently lead her down a different hall. I resort to humor as usual to lighten the mood as we walk to my designated room. "Your eyes are boring a hole through my skull." She continues to thoroughly observe me while ignoring my playful banter. "Why are we staying here any longer? I'd think that you'd want to leave this place as soon as possible." I unlock the door to my personal room with my key, swing open the door, then wait for her to enter first. "Let's talk for a bit first, then we'll leave." "I'm not understanding your logic at all." Andrea takes heavy steps to the sofa, then plops down onto the right side. "I want to forget about what just happened as soon as possible." "Do you think that's a healthy approach?" I lock the door behind me, then make my way over to her, joining her on the couch comfortably. "We need to talk about it." Andrea avoids my gaze as she crosses her arms over her chest, like a teenage girl with an attitude. "You want to talk about it? Fine." She turns her body towards me at an angle. "I think it's absolutely despicable what they did to you back there." I'm not disagreeing with you, but I accepted whatever they intended to do to me to oblige with the tradition. "It's a bull tradition," she mumbles under her breath, looking down at her feet to avoid my gaze. "I was persuading you to leave because I want to burn this place to the ground." My signature smile returns to my lips as I appreciate how passionate that she is. Could it be that she pretends not to care for me as much as she truly does? Is it possible that her feelings might run deeply for me too? Andrea catches my hopeful expression and responds with an annoyed one of her own. "I can't believe you're making a joke of this too. They just played your own trauma against you." I scoot closer to her on the couch, softly cupping her small face with my hands. "You're adorable." "What?" She's taken aback by my comment, uncrossing her arms as she tries to figure me out. "I've fallen in love with you a while back, Andrea." I continue to smile at her sincerely as I pour my heart out to her. "You've allowed me to achieve something I never imagined was possible." Andrea reads my eyes thoroughly, her expression revealing that my words have taken her by surprise. "Are you being serious right now?" "I swear to you that you and our baby are my top focus." I lower my right hand to the lowest part of her belly, gently placing my palm against it. "I'll do anything for my family." She focuses her attention on my hand, shaking her head as if she's in disbelief. When her eyes meet mine again, they are filled with tears. "I'm in love with you too, Fred. I thought I was alone." "Come here." I bring her face into my right collarbone, holding her with more compassion than I ever have. "You've never been alone. I actually thought that my feelings wouldn't be reciprocated." "You really thought that?" She moves back out of my embrace, looking up at me as she cries. "I fell for you early. That's why I kept running." I thoughtfully wipe her tears with my thumbs, responding softly. You don't have to run anymore. My lips meet hers, and we express our feelings through our kiss. Afterwards, I gaze into her large, puffy eyes happily, exchanging an amorous smile with her. Let's get out of here.
Chapter 41. Andrea. Fred's hand wraps itself tightly around mine, all the way to his place. Even when we're inside, he won't let go. I hold on just as tightly. It's as though we finally found each other and never want to part. Fred lays me down gently on the bed, and it's only as he lays down beside me that he finally lets go of my hand. His fingers come up to brush the hair from my face and linger there, softly caressing my skin. My eyes explore his face, memorizing every inch of it, knowing that this is the face I want to see every day. I never thought I'd find myself here. The thought makes me smile, and Fred catches it. What are you smiling at? The purity of his question makes me smile even wider. I just can't believe how lucky I am to be here with you. It's Fred's turn to smile, and it's the most beautiful I've ever seen him. I'm the lucky one. This is all I ever wanted. I never knew how much I wanted to hear the words from him. With my heart practically bursting, I pull him into a deep kiss. I feel like I'm kissing him with all of me, like every wall I've ever put up has come crashing down, and all that's left is love. It's incredible. He holds me close, kissing me back with the same depth and passion. In that moment, I know he feels the same way I do, that he's allowing himself to be fully open with me. Sorry to interrupt again. Fred and Andrea are once again too spicy for YouTube. Go over to TylaWalker.com with discount code SAVE40 for 40% off all digital products, including the full version of this audiobook. Now, where were we?
Chapter 42. Fred. 2 months have passed, and we're actively working towards our future as Andrea experiences her second trimester. We are both becoming more excited as each month approaches and her belly grows bigger. I've been ensuring that she and the baby are eating well and encouraging her to get her rest, despite how much she challenges me about it. I find myself feeling extremely optimistic as my family comes together, still having moments of disbelief that my life has taken this course. The only thing missing now is an official proposal and the wedding that follows it. I honestly haven't been satisfied with my impromptu proposal, or should that be plural with the way I begged her to corroborate my lies, to Andrea. She deserves so much more, and therefore, I've spent this past month preparing a day that she will never forget. Nothing about our relationship has been normal by any means, but I still want her to experience the milestones that every woman looks forward to having. Her wish is to have the wedding after she gives birth, and I respect her decision completely. My primary focus is making her and my grandfather happy. The old man could care less about the details, as long as he witnesses a wedding and gets to have a grandchild. I've convinced Andrea that we're having a normal date night tonight, and she doesn't suspect a thing. She wears a long burgundy dress with sleeves I bought her that beautifully showcases her baby bump. My heart beats out of my chest as she thoroughly admires my burgundy suit with black details, walking over to where I'm standing at the entrance of our home. I didn't think it was possible for the pregnancy to enhance how stunning she is, but it has undoubtedly happened. My hand glides down my chiseled jaw as if I'm laying my eyes on her for the very first time. Andrea smiles widely as she stands in front of me in her black pumps. Even with the added 3 inches of height, she still only arrives at the center of my chest. I didn't take you for a matching outfits type of guy. For some reason, I believed you'd consider it tacky. Seriously, I've just never had anyone to do it with. I return her smile, shifting my eyes from her face down to her feet. You don't want to wear the flats I bought you? Your feet have been swelling more these days. She glances down at her heels, slightly tilting her head as if she's considering it. One night won't hurt. I've been itching to feel like a woman instead of a hippopotamus. I chuckle heartily, amorously taking her into my arms. "Well, you look gorgeous. Should we go?" "Thanks." She looks up at me in our embrace, accepting a soft peck on her lips. "Let's." We pull up to the venue shortly after, and Andrea remains silent as she studies the fancy building with darkly tinted windows. I hop out of the driver's side before she has the chance to ask me where we are. When I open the passenger side door for her and assist her out of her seat, she gives me her first look of curiosity. "I thought we were going to dinner." "We are." I offer her my right arm and begin to lead her towards the mysterious location. This place is a hidden gem. The inside is entirely pitch black as I open the door. I bring her inside, then recite the planned phrase. "We've arrived," I announce, a cue to the room. At that very moment the lights come on, revealing a large room filled with romantic decorations and a crowd of familiar faces. Applause fills the room, and approximately 10 bright smiles welcome us. Andrea freezes with her mouth agape as she slowly scans the room to see her father, all her brothers, my grandfather, Jennifer, and Bruce. What is all of this? By the time she turns to observe me, I'm already down on one knee with a small black box in my right hand. She gasps strongly with her feminine hands covering her mouth. "Fred." I am smiling so widely that the corners of my mouth ache. At this moment, nobody exists except for her. I've wanted to make this gesture for a while, and now it's finally something that is being carried out without a hitch. I've invited all of the people in our lives here to witness this special occasion. My life hasn't been the same ever since I've met you. At the beginning, all I could do was admire you from afar, accepting the fact that I'd never have such an extraordinary woman by my side. Our fates may not have aligned in the most usual way, but I'm so grateful that I get to wake up to you every morning and that you're carrying my child. Andrea sniffles softly, using her hand to wipe below her eyes before the tears can fall down her cheeks. She whispers in a soft voice as she holds my gaze. "I can't believe you planned all of this." I gently take her right hand into my left, feeling a sensation of warmth cover my body. "Andrea Hoffman, will you honor me by becoming my wife? For real?" She nods several times, smiling warmly to counter the tears that desperately want to stream from her eyes. "Yes, Fred, I will." I playfully look at our audience, pretending to wipe the imaginary sweat from my brow. Everyone laughs joyfully, then returns to clapping energetically. I remove the ring with an impressive diamond from its box, sliding it onto her fourth finger where it belongs. As I rise to my feet, she places her hands at the sides of my face, assertively bringing me to her. She expresses her emotions through a passionate kiss as I wrap my arms around the small of her back. Our loved ones approach us with enthusiasm afterwards, exchanging hugs as they officially congratulate us. As we celebrate together throughout the night, I find myself mesmerized by how our families have already gelled together so well. There hasn't been a happier day in my life, and I can only expect more of these to come. Chapter 43. Fred. I thought facing the scandal and the drop of our stocks was the scariest thing that could happen to me, but then it was all cleared up after I announced my engagement. I dropped my investigation on the woman, and the tabloids were too busy swooning over my bride to even remember how terrible I had been before. Andrea was dubbed the second coming for the Playboy of Vegas. And then I thought asking Andrea to marry me would be the scariest, but that too wasn't nearly as bad as this. I've been a nervous wreck because Andrea is only a week away from her due date. My admiration for her has grown stronger as I've watched her handle this pregnancy like a champion, and I can only see my view of her growing in amazement once she births our child. As much as I've been a strong and supportive partner for her, I've learned that I can be a bit of a coward about these sorts of things. If I could opt out of being in the delivery room, I would, but I know that it would mean the world to her for me to be there. Childbirth, it turns out, is more than I ever expected. I'm awed to think of her strength. We've already arranged for her parents to fly out as soon as possible when the baby comes. We've already discussed with the doctors how to best time it around her father's treatments. Still, we think that nothing will help her father more in this challenging time than to hold his new grandchild in his arms. I'm not sure who's more eager, him or my grandfather. There isn't a day that goes by that Oliver doesn't inquire about his great-grandchild. It gives me such peace of mind to know that we have an entire village ready to receive this little person. My anxiety has caused me to lose sleep over the past few nights, causing me to have hallucinations about my fiancée going into labor. When I wake up from these vivid dreams, I'm instantly relieved when I see Andrea sound asleep next to me. This last trimester has made her extremely fatigued. Fortunately, that has been the strongest symptom. Everyone jokes that my insomnia is the symptom that I've taken on as the soon-to-be father. I'm just grateful she is able to catch up on her rest before Baby Lake makes their arrival. Fred. Andrea speaks my name so softly that it's music to my ears. I just haven't analyzed if I'm in a dream state or if she is calling for me in the real world. My eyes open slowly as I'm laying on our large bed, and when I glance over to see her frame, her side of the bed is vacant. "Are you awake?" she asks in a slightly louder voice, standing in front of the nightstand on her side of the bed. When the light from the lamp illuminates the room, the first thing I notice is the focused expression on her face. She holds my gaze intensely as she holds the bottom of her round belly. My water just broke. What? I glance down at her side of the bed to see the lower half is soaked. Damn, this is real. The epiphany of the moment causes me to frantically jump out of the bed. We've been prepped on this already, remember? She slowly waddles around the foot of the bed towards me. Our hospital bags are already packed. All we have to do is show up. I can feel my heart beating out of my chest as I gently place my hands at the sides of her shoulders. How are you feeling? Is there anything I can do for you right now? A wide smile forms onto her lips as she studies my paranoid demeanor. Are you having this baby, or am I? She starts to chuckle merrily until something causes her to abruptly stop. Is it a contraction? I begin to worry more before she has even given her response. Yeah, she hunches over as she grabs her belly, lowering her head. I waste no time lifting her into a cradled position and carrying her out the penthouse. I'll get you to the car first and come back for the bags later. Put me down, she practically howls in amusement. I'm having a baby, not dying. God, how are you so calm? I mutter under my breath, doing as she asks. How are you so panicked? She retorts, an amused smile on her lips. Let's take this one step at a time. You go get the bags. I step out of the hospital room to call Jennifer as the obstetrician and midwife get Andrea comfortable. Speaking to someone who has had this experience firsthand and recently will give me the peace of mind that I need. She succeeds in giving me words of motivation and encouragement. Oliver arrives at the hospital hours later, teasing me non-stop about my shameless panicking. You're a fool, he proclaims. He walks toward me with a teasing look, using his iron cane for leverage. She's going to be fine. It's the late afternoon of the next day when Andrea is encouraged to push in strategic increments. Her breathing is irregular, her hair sticks to her forehead from sweating, and her screams of agony make me feel a pain that I've never felt before. I clench my hands closer around hers, regretting any time I ever underestimated her in the past. This woman is a certified badass. You've got this, baby. Push. The crying of our baby girl makes me instantly emotional. Then, when I take a few steps towards the end of the hospital bed, I lose my footing when I see how much blood is there. Oh my God, she's bleeding so much. Is she going to be okay? I collapse into the arms of the midwife, sobbing even louder than our newborn baby. Anyone listening from outside the room would think that we're in competition. The midwife pats me on my shoulder in a comforting way as she giggles. You're definitely a first-timer. I build up the courage to cut the umbilical cord, observing this beautiful, tiny person who is already bringing so much light to our lives. They shift her over to Andrea's chest to perform the skin-to-skin contact. Andrea smiles while shedding tears, looking down at our precious creation before glancing up at me with sparkling eyes. Isn't she perfect? She absolutely is. I smile with gratitude as I lock this moment in my memory bank forever. These are the two most important people to me, and I'll do anything to keep them safe. When it's my time to hold the baby, she's already drifted off into a peaceful sleep. I realize how much of an asshole I've been with the previous women I've dealt with. I'd never allow someone to treat my daughter the way I disrespected them, or I'll personally make them disappear from this earth. I lower my lips to her soft, teensy forehead, kissing her gently before I whisper, "I'll keep you safe, my angel. I promise to give you the world."
Chapter 44. Andrea. The day has finally arrived. How much of a whirlwind this last year has been. It's so amazing to think it has been 8 months since Fred got down on one knee, asking me officially to be his. I cannot believe that it has been 6 months since we brought this sweet angel into the world, our gorgeous Alexandria. Fred has been nothing short of the doting father. He has all the love and affection in the world for our tiny human. I watch him and wonder if my own father was so affectionate with me. I remember the birth so vividly. The tears of joy, the whispered promises, the family all clamoring to hold the baby. My family. For once in my life, I am the center of attention. Well, my baby is. All our friends came around us to help with the baby and my recovery. All the family put aside their differences to be supportive of our new addition. I blink back tears at the memories and shake off the need to be with my infant daughter. She is well cared for with her pop-pop, Oliver. He seems to be just as excited for today as myself. You would think that Oliver was the one getting married. I spent the day getting pampered, getting tucked and poked and prodded into the perfect hair and makeup. I am now staring at this gorgeous custom gown hanging in front of me. I glance at myself in the mirror and continue to wonder how I got so lucky. How is this my life now? Jennifer steps into the room. I catch a glimpse of my best friend in her stunning cobalt blue midi dress in the reflection of the mirror, my terrific maid of honor. She steps up behind me. "Are you ready?" she asks gently. "So ready. I can't wait to spend the rest of my life as Mrs. Andrea Lake." Jennifer smiles brightly and takes the gown down off the rack while I slip out of my button-down and shorts. As Jennifer helps me into the gown, I'm reminded of the day we went dress shopping. I could care less about what I wear down the aisle, but Jen was not having any of it. We went to so many stores, and I had to try on so many gowns. When we got to this one, I do not know if she could have smiled bigger. It looked like sunbeams were trying to come out of her eye sockets. When I turned and looked, I realized why. The careful beading on the bodice shines like fresh snow. The trumpet frame hugs my curves in all the right places, and the chiffon underskirt starts just below my hips, causing a waterfall of ivory silk down to the floor. They pinned me up with a tiara and veil, and I started crying. It was like an episode of Say Yes to the Dress. Today, I stand in front of this mirror with my beautiful best friend, about to be given away by my reformed father to the man I thought I hated once upon a time. What a journey this has been. Isn't it funny how hate can become love? Oh, how I love that man. Jennifer pins me into my tiara and veil, which falls to the middle of my back. She adds the removable train to the back, which will drag several feet behind me. I look like a princess. I feel like a princess. And my Prince Charming awaits. I turn as the door opens once more, and my father steps into the room. He looks floored by the beauty of his one and only baby girl. He cannot contain the tears as he runs over to gather me in his arms. He pulls away and holds my face in his hands before kissing me lightly on the cheek. Normally a man of many words, he has nothing to say at this moment. He offers me his arm instead. Jennifer gathers up my train, and we head to the staging area. My friends, paired off, walk down the aisle. Jaden with Kayla, Christoph with Ebony, Jeff with Leslie, and of course, Bruce with Jennifer. I step out into the aisle for my wedding march, All I can see are Fred's scalding blue eyes, looking right into my soul. This beautiful man, who I never thought was capable of love, has captured my every breath. I am practically floating to the altar. We arrive at the end of the aisle. My father kisses my forehead once more, before handing my hand to Fred. Dad has really come a long way, and I think that he and Fred really get along now. Dad steps down and returns to where Mom and my brothers are sitting. The boys all have silly, lopsided grins on, watching their baby sister become a wife. I turn to Fred. Relishing the love in his eyes, I am hardly registering the words of the priest. We recite and exchange rings, our eyes never leaving each other's. You may now kiss the bride. This kiss is somehow different from every other kiss I ever experienced. There are sparks and passion and excitement all new. This kiss, like these rings, bonds me and this man forever. I now present, for the very first time, Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Lake. The crowd roars in excitement. All the family, all our friends, cheer for our happy ending. No, our happy beginning. I couldn't be more elated than I am at this very moment, looking out at all the people we love, receiving all the love they are giving. Mom is crying. Pops is dancing with Alexandria. Jennifer is holding in the tears as she hands me back my bouquet. Fred offers me his arm. Shall we, Mrs. Lake? The tears start pouring out as I take my husband's arm, and we start walking up the aisle into our bright and beautiful future.
Chapter 45. Fred. The day finally arrived. Andrea is officially my wife. She was the most beautiful bride I've ever seen. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen, apart from our baby. She radiated like an angel coming down the aisle on Andrew's arm. Now we are getting ready to jet set onto our honeymoon. Honeymoon. How times have changed. 2 years ago, I wouldn't have been caught dead in a committed relationship. And now my wife and I are packing for a few days in Bali. Andrew and Sarai are keeping Alexandria while we are gone. Thankfully, Andrew's treatment has done him a world of good, and he seems to be out of any kind of danger. With any luck, he will be around in Alexandria's life for a long time yet. We, of course, are still the typical nervous parents. It will be the longest we will have been away from her since she was born. I know the baby won't mind. Her grandparents are wonderful with her. Andrea and I sort of wish she were coming. Andrew is cradling her and holding her close. Sarai hasn't stopped staring at her. I've never seen them so affectionate. Apparently, neither has Andrea, and you can tell how it is affecting her. The postpartum hasn't been great for her. Mommy and Daddy love you so much, Allie, Andrea coos, choking back tears. I take her shoulders in my hands and rest my cheek against her cheek. Alexandria babbles to us, and I reach around to tickle the bottom of her foot. She giggles insatiably, causing all of us to promptly gush over her. She's gonna be fine, babe, I reassure her, tugging her gently away. But I don't know if I will, she sobs. Drea, you know you are going on your honeymoon. Enjoy this time with your husband. Andrew shoots me a wink. I give Andrea one more gentle tug before she kisses Allie's foot and backs away. She kisses her dad on the cheek and swallows her mom in a hug before turning to the car. I lean in to give Sarai a hug before following Andrea. The tears start before the car even pulls away. The moment we step off the plane, the relief of the warm Indonesian air takes all our cares away. We collect our bags before we get into our rental car and head down the coast. The country is beautiful, the air is clear, and the water is sparkling. Andrea looks completely at peace, watching the scenery outside of the vehicle. A couple of hours later, we pull up to the villa. What I wouldn't give to see into Andrea's mind as she stares at the little house. She seems to be frozen in place. She slowly climbs out of the car, still staring at the villa. We get to stay here? Andrea gawks. Yep, just you and me overlooking all of this. I have to admit, it is pretty impressive. A little stone house on a hill, overlooking miles of trees and all the way to the ocean. The warm breeze brings the smell of coconuts and jackfruit, as well as some of the many flowers on the island. Oh, can you smell that? Hibiscus, jasmine, maybe some oleander? Her eyes shine like diamonds in the sunlight. I smile at my wife, thankful she is excited. I can look at her all day. However, she takes off running to the villa, and I follow, laughing. She is obviously in her element here. She darts around from room to room, calling out to me. I just lean back against the door jamb and wait. After about 20 minutes of running, she suddenly comes running full speed at me. Her body slams into mine with a ferocious kiss. All right, husband, where do we begin? Over the next couple of days, we are all over the island. We visit temples of every religion. Typical of an architecture major, my wife is happy to give me the extensive tour information. We hike for waterfalls, we visit monuments, and in the end it becomes clear that there will never be enough time to see everything. On the slopes of the volcano called Mount Agung, we visit the holiest temple of Balinese Hinduism called the Mother Temple of Basaiki. Andrea is telling me about how the building techniques are centuries old and influenced mostly by Hinduism principles and nature. As much as I love old architecture, that particular journey involves way too many stairs. With 23 different temples and 6 different levels, I could do without it. We also hike to the Talaman treehouse. Andrea is impressed with the bamboo's structural integrity. The bamboo walkways are sketchy, but the end of the trail opens to a garden with a stone pyramid and a Javanese timber building. I guess some guy built it to be a family retreat. While the buildings are all beginning to look the same to me, Andrea is having a blast. The Catholic temple in Batunya village is, I will admit, gorgeous. The architecture is enough to make Andrea drool. She looks at the building like some women look at jewelry. She lights up as she is telling me about Gothic building styles and how many European buildings were built in the Middle Ages. I don't know if I could admire her more than I do when she looks so happy. There are submarine tours to check out the coral reef off the shore and boat rides around the island and up the rivers. We don't have enough time for everything, but we fit in as much as we can. The Balinese food is delicious, albeit different. We hit the clubs at night, drinking and dancing the night away. Of course, the vacation is sprinkled with trips to the beaches. The sand and sea show off Andrea in her skimpy bathing suit, and damn, is that woman fine. Those perfect curves bare in the sunlight alone make the trip a success, in my opinion. Swimming, sunbathing, walking the beach while holding hands, every moment is perfect. We could not be happier, and we would not want anything to be different. I love her, and she loves me, and the world begins and ends there. And oh, is the honeymoon full of bedroom adventure? You bet it is. Soft, sensual, hard, wild, indoor, outdoor, in every room of the building. The adventures continue daily.
Chapter 46. Andrea. I wake up to one last day of Balinese sunshine pouring through the window of our little stone villa. Our short stay here has felt like a lifetime, at the same time as passing in the blink of an eye. I can't believe tomorrow we'll be home with Ali back in our arms and our whole lives ahead of us. I'm longing to be back with her, to begin our lives together as a family, but our time here has been magical too. Being with Fred like this has been like living in a dream. I want to enjoy every minute of our last day here. Through my still blurry eyes, I can see Fred dozing beside me. I take the chance to study his face as he sleeps, memorizing every inch of it like I did that first night he said he loved me. He's as handsome as ever. Every day waking up to this man is the next happiest day of my life. I smile, kissing his forehead gently, before sliding silently out of bed. I make my way to the kitchen, traditionally Fred's domain. Over the last few months, I've been watching him, trying to memorize certain favorite recipes. Today seems like the perfect day to surprise him. Half an hour later, I'm stressing out over a pitcher of freshly squeezed orange juice full of seeds and pith and a plate of pancakes that don't look quite right. "Damn you pancakes," I hiss under my breath as I stick a fork into a rubbery specimen. Oh, come on. The pancakes are trying their best. I spin around to see Fred leaning against the door jamb, the hint of a laugh playing in his eyes and on his lips. He's wearing only his boxers, and he looks sexy as hell. How long have you been standing there? I ask sheepishly. Long enough to know you're the sweetest woman in the world. He comes over to me, wrapping me in his arms and kissing my forehead. Now let's enjoy this delicious feast. The day is hot, so I don't bother changing out of my oversized t-shirt and panties before we carry my failed breakfast out to the balcony. I already know before I take my first bite that the pancakes are a write-off. Fred, sweet as he is, can't stomach them either. The breakfast is left abandoned, but Fred pulls me over to sit on his lap, wrapping me again in his arms. You know I'm still a little bit hungry. I laugh as he kisses the bare skin of my shoulder, where my shirt has slipped down. Is it because I'm a terrible chef? No, it's because you're a tempting snack. His kisses start to snake their way up my neck, quickly hinting at the kind of hunger he's talking about. I let my eyes close and focus on the teasing sensation, running up my skin. Once again, our lovers are simply too spicy for YouTube. Head on over to TylaWalker.com with the discount code SAVE40. Let's jump back in. He falls on top of me, bracing himself against the table. His hand lands right in a puddle of orange juice, causing us both to burst out laughing. Soaked in the afterglow, both literally and figuratively, I know this is the happiest I've ever been.
Chapter 47. Fred. I wake up, as I have every day since we got back from the honeymoon, to see Andrea sleeping gently beside me. She looks so perfect, and although parenthood is exhausting, I've never seen her more beautiful. It's been 3 months since our wedding, 9 months since Alexandria was born, and just a year and a half since all of this started. But I can hardly imagine a life without Andrea, or without Allie. In the stillness of the morning, I take a deep breath, breathing in my new life. The one I never thought I wanted, but that was waiting for me all along. I let my eyes linger over Andrea's face, and for the millionth time since we met, I count myself the luckiest man alive. She must feel me watching her, even through her sleep, because Drea's eyes flutter open. Her pupils take a moment to focus as she adjusts to the light of day, but upon seeing me, she smiles sleepily. "Good morning, beautiful," I say, smiling back. "Morning," she whispers, and I can't help but kiss her softly, grateful to start every day of my life this way. "Is Allie still asleep?" she asks. I crane my neck to check on our daughter's crib behind Andrea's side of the bed. A sleeping Alexandria catches my eye, one hand clutching her nightgown, the other raised above her head, curled into a fist. Catching stars, Andrea likes to say. Snug as a bug in a rug. I smile, and Andrea smiles back, letting her eyes close peacefully for a moment. A sudden chime from Andrea's phone breaks her restful reprieve, though. She groans softly, stretching out to the bedside table behind her to reach it. The chime manages to wake Allie as well, and our little star-catcher burbles, calling for our attention. I slide out of bed and make my way over to the crib, smiling as Allie catches sight of me and breaks out into a giggle. We've been blessed with a very happy baby, and I count myself again as the luckiest man alive. I scoop Ali into my arms, holding her close as she continues babbling in my ear. "Wake up, Daddy," I imagine her saying. "Time to start the day." I turn around, intending to make a little quip about Allie's erudite conversational skills, but I stop in my tracks. Andrea is sitting bolt upright in bed, holding her phone in both hands as if it's an anchor and she's a ship at risk of floating out to sea. As well as I know this woman, I can't seem to read the look on her face. Shock? Glee? Terror? All I know is she has something to say, and I need to figure out what it is, fast. "Drea? What is it, honey?" There's an edge of concern in my voice that I'm trying to keep under control. Allie keeps babbling beside me, unaware of the sudden weight of the situation. I make my way over to the bed, sitting close to Andrea and trying my best to read her face. She opens her mouth as if to say something, but words don't come out. Her eyes begin to fill with tears as she tries to speak. I still can't tell if they're tears of sadness or of joy, until finally, her face breaks into a giant smile. "I'm pregnant," she cries, tears now streaming down her cheeks. Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm in shock, laughing and crying all at once, and all I can do is kiss her over and over again. I press my forehead against hers, trying to process the overwhelming joy I suddenly feel. This is the greatest news I could ever have received. Our little family is growing again, another little star catcher on the way. Ali seems to have caught on because she gets excited too, bouncing up and down in my arms, her little fists waving about with inexplicable glee. Through our tears and smiles, Drea and I laugh as the beauty of the news sinks in. "Honey," I choke out through my tears. "This is amazing. You just found out?" She nods emphatically. "I wanted to be sure, so I didn't tell you before, but I just got the results of the blood test. This is really happening. This is really happening. This is really happening. I want to shout it from the rooftops. I can't believe this is my life. After all we've been through together, to create this beautiful family is a dream come true. With another child on the way, our family will be complete. I won't lie, I'd love to have a son. But I know whoever our child is, I'll love them. That's the most beautiful part of all of this, the endless love." Andrea's looking at me with that same love in her eyes. "You're such an amazing father, Fred. I'm so happy to be having another baby with you." The tears spring up in my eyes again as I lay a hand on her belly, imagining the life growing inside her. This is a life we created together, a culmination of our love. I already can't wait to meet our new baby. Ali gurgles beside me. "Welcome to the world, little brother," I imagine her saying. I look into Andrea's eyes again, her warm hand folding over mine as we hold her belly. Hold our child. Welcome a new life into the world. I couldn't ask for anything more.